This is Meri at the Meri Atelier. It is Sunday evening, May 3rd. Welcome to my desk. Welcome into Fib Diggity. I hope that you all have had a great weekend. It's been a nice weekend here. I got a little yard work done yesterday. This afternoon, I purchased some plants from a local person off of Facebook, so I'm in a hurry to get those planted. So yeah, making some progress. We might have some rain Tuesday morning, so I want to get what I can done out in the garden. So welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Tonight, I still have this little book, and I thought I was going to have to trim the pages, but we'll see. It seems to be this little matchbook that I made. Just out of scrap papers. We'll see if I have to trim it or not. I thought this is a doll book. I want to start cutting these images out, and I thought I would put some of these inside of here. So we're going to work on that. I have another doll book to cut out of too. So that's upcoming. And also tonight, what I want to work on is Becky's block. I have from everybody, I think now, except for Becky herself and Janet Nash, who's over in London, so hers may take a while to get to me. I understand that. Mine are all off to everybody. So, but I did get 2 extra ones. I got one from Joyce, who's not in the swap, and one from Rebecca. Hi, Angie girl. Hi, Lisbeth. Quick hello. She's napping in the balcony. That's quite all right. And who else is here? Angie girl. Did I see Angie? Yeah. Angie, I did find that braid, and I'm going to get it sent off to you. It's a rope, kind of. It's kind of flat, but I think you can use it for your baskets. Let me get over here on the... Let me turn my sound down. Let me get over here so I can welcome folks in. And if I forget to welcome you in, sometimes I don't see everybody who comes in. I'm focused on what I'm doing. Here we are, right here. And we got an ad. We'll wait for the ad to play. Best sell yet? Best sell yet? What are they selling? Earth Breeze. Oh, Angie and Lisbeth, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Let's change my chat filter to all messages. And I got some people up in the balcony, which is perfectly fine. Enjoy the view. So I'm going to go through here. Whoops. Well, first of all, let's open Joyce's, because I've opened them all. Joyce's came yesterday, I believe, and I sent her some, so she swapped with me and sent me one back. I don't have Becky's yet, which kind of surprises me. Because usually I get hers right away, and I don't have Janet Nash's. So this is what Joyce sent me. Some really pretty light blue, and oh, she sent me a nice piece of it too. Oh, it's 2 pieces. It's a light blue and kind of a check. And then she sent me another, she sent me 2. Wow, Joyce. How nice of you to do that. Joyce is such a generous person. And she says, thanks for swapping with me. So thank you, Joyce. And I'm going to put these back in the envelope for now, but I'll probably put them in a journal. Welcome in, welcome in. Angie says, okay, Meri. Then this one is from Rebecca. Now, Rebecca was not in the swap either, and I need to start catching her sales. I'm out of my sale. I'm out of my sale. Oh, is there enough? No, this is just paper here. I'm out of my sale freeze, so I can start going to sales. Jacqueline didn't sell last Friday, so I didn't make it to hers. Not pretty. Thank you, Rebecca. And this one is from Kathy Whitney. Kathy Whitney. And she says, thanks for playing along with the swap. And oh, she sent a pretty rose. Not pretty. I'm going to save that off. And then she sent a real pretty rose toile. You know, and I could almost put that. Where did it go? It fell in here. I could almost stitch it on there. I might keep those together. And I've got enough pretty papers here that, whoops, I'm sorry, I didn't get the address turned down. I'm sorry, so sorry. Oh. What's going on here? Envelope's fighting me here. There we go. And this one, this is from Cindy Taylor. Welcome in. I hope that you had a great weekend. We're off to a new week. I hope it's going good for you. This one is from Cindy Taylor. And this is pretty because it has all sorts of little blocks inside of the block printed inside of it. So thank you, Cindy. And this one is from J.L. Johnson. J.L. Johnson. I know I've opened this before, so here it is. And it is a darker blue or dark medium blue. It looks like a denim. Thank you, JL. Is there 2 pieces there? Almost feels like 2 pieces. Maybe it's folded in half. It is. Thank you, JL. That's nice. And what's this? That's the paper it came in. She sent me, I might do something with these papers, make a little mini journal out of them. Make sure that I've got everything. Okay. J.L. Johnson. Do, 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 do. She attends Becky's chats a lot. I stopped going to the chats because I was just getting overwhelmed, you guys. And this one is from Nettie. Both Nettie and JL are in Becky's chats. They follow Becky a lot. And this is Becky's swap. So this one comes from Miss Nettie. And it's a rose. Kind of a neutral color with a white behind it. Woohoo! Thank you, Nettie. And pretty butterfly washi. Pretty butterfly. So I'm going to save my envelopes. And, whoops, I got me a needle threader and some needles. And let's put my envelopes back in the Happy Mail bucket. Whoops. Whoops. Crap the lunch because I was doing this blind. What fell? Oh, a button jar fell. Oh, did it knock over? I guess it was, I think I won this in one of Rebecca's streams. A jar of buttons and lace. Let me put this in my Happy Mail bucket, which is stuffed full. I'm going to have to clean that out. All right, so what I thought I would do, did I bring it in? Obviously not. I'm not going to go get it. I have a spool. Maybe I should go get it. Let me run and get it. Hold on. I have several of these spools, but they're all in the other room, which I have closed off for now until I use what I have out. And I have a stitch scroll on there, but I'm going to take it off. If I can get to the pins, we'll give the pins to Miss Penelope. I'm going to take it off. It is almost finished. I think I'll show it to you here in a minute after I get it off. I think what I want to do on this one is I have this trim going down this way. I think I'm going to put another trim on the other side because it's kind of bottom heavy. And I might do some more stitching on these. Some of them have stitches, some of them don't. I've got a lot of running stitches where I was putting together. I put some fabric and buttons on it. Some here. One of my first tatted butterflies. And just pieces. Looks like I did some queen stitches there, or just big cross stitches in there. But other than that, it's really kind of finished. This is one of the first stitch scrolls that I did with, well, not with her, but by watching Catherine K3N Cloth Tales. Let me just kind of roll. It's about 1.5 yards, I would guess, because this is probably about 2 feet. That's about 12 inches, so probably about 4 feet. Not quite 1.5 yards. So I'll go put that in my slow stitch box and work on it. But what I want to do with these is put them on this gold fabric. And I think I will use, there's kind of a, I don't know if you can see this border on it, which is really nice. Maybe if I hold it up closer, you can see it. Isn't that cool? So I think I'll use that as a border on one side, and I need to make it fit in here. So if I double this, it will be, will it be too wide? I think it might be a little bit too wide if I double it, so I'm going to pull it down a little. Now let's see how it fits in here. Yeah, I think that will fit pretty good. Maybe just a little bit more of a pull. So I think I'm going to tear it. And if I get it too short, I can always put another trim on the side. But I think I'm going to tear it. Oh, and are these the ones? Yeah, okay. Let's, before I go too far, let's see how that fits. Well, that just fits. All right, so I'm going to tear it this way. And I'll probably add to the, because this is pretty long. And it looks, well, it looks pretty even. Looks like it might be getting a little thinner down this way. Maybe, I don't know. I'll compensate if it gets, maybe not. I'll see after I get it all torn. And then I always also have this that I can use for another project. I love this gold. I'm pretty sure this probably came from Rebecca. probably came from Rebecca. I can go to Rebecca's sales again. I've been pretty busy out in the yard. Finally got that corner cleared up. All right, so if this fits in like this, looks like I have a piece on the back here. We're going to leave that in there, cotton piece to, I'm going to leave that. So let's fold this and see if it's, I think it grew thinner. Yeah, it did. I can tell you now. Maybe not, no, not too bad. It's okay. So my fabric strips are going to fit real nice in here because this is about 2 inches. Let's take this mat off. Not counting the border, this is about 2 inches, which is really perfect. So what I want to do, welcome in. Hi, Allie K. She says, hello all, I have to go pick up our taco pizza in about 15 minutes. But I thought I'd stop in and say hello. Hi. And Allie dropped a link to Rebecca's channel. Thank you, Allie K. Have a great taco pizza tonight. Hi, Legia. Is that Legia? Hi, Legia. Girl, I'm about ready to order that printer. Yes, I am. Legia is doing some wonderful oil painting. All right, so what I'm going to do here, I have these pins, and we are going to, in no real random order. Now, I'll probably have to trim this to fit these larger pieces, and I will do that. I'm just going to put them, on here. And I don't mind the fraying. In fact, I love the fraying. And I think if I trim this one right here, and I wonder if I can, I wonder if it'll fray. I wonder if it will tear. Wouldn't it be nice if it would? I think this came from JL. Oh, it does tear. Yay! So let's start pinning. And I'm going to do what Becky did. She did the hidden basting stitch. That's what K3N calls it, the hidden basting stitch, where you take a long stitch on the back and a short stitch on the front. So I'm going to set this up for a hidden basting stitch. Legia's here, Angie's here. Legia says she's cooking and lurking and laundry. Got an ad. Angie says, hi Lori. Was that Pink Girly who came in? Angie is saying, hi Lori. I'm not sure which Lori it is. She says, I'm sorry I was rude this morning. Must have been Pink Girly. Me and Aaron, oh, it is Aaron visiting Angie? Yeah. And Chris had a good time. We went to eat and then came back here and sat outside with my mom, and they all three talked. I just sat there. Angie says, Mary, I didn't tell you my great-nephew is joining the Army National Guards after graduation. Well, good for him. Yay. I hope he has, you know, I think that's good for them, the young ones, when, especially if they're not, they'll get a good solid start. I hope so. Army National Guards. There's Pink Girly. She says, I haven't seen JL in forever. Yeah, JL, I very seldom see her online as far as coming to chats. She might show up in some of Becky's chats, but I don't think very often. She is mostly in, she likes to go to Becky's chat, her Facebook chats. That's where I've seen her. But I haven't seen her in a good while because I popped out of those chats. The only chat I really go to anymore. Well, and that's up and down. It's not a Facebook chat, it's a tatting class. The online tatting class, and the Tatted Muse. Katia hasn't been doing much lately. I don't know if she's going to do a class this weekend or not this week. We will see. But that's beside the point. Let's see, I'm going to leave this one for now. Let's do this one, Cindy Taylor's. You know, and I might embroider their name on the back. Or write it on the back. We'll see when I get there, because I know 5 years from now I'm not going to remember who gave me what. And then I'm going to do slow stitch on there. That's what Becky is going to do. She is doing hers kind of in a square. She's blocking them out on a, well, right now her fabric is square. I'm not sure what she's going to do with it. But she showed it in a short. And, but I want to put mine on a scroll. So that's what I'm going to do. And when Becky does a stitch, well, I might do some stitches just to get started. But when Becky does stitches, Becky mentioned she knows some stitches she wants to try. So when Becky does a stitch, I'll do some of Becky's stitches. Pink Girlie says, hello, I'm working and lurking. Welcome in, and Angie's here, and Lizbeth is up in the balcony. Welcome in. Becky's mother-in-law. Becky and Scott usually go over to Scott's mother's on Sunday evenings, but her mother-in-law, Scott's mother, took a fall. So we might need to keep her in healing thoughts and prayers. She's in her 90s, so, and very independent-minded. Now, this is Kathy Whitney's. I think I'm going to put a colored piece. I think this came from Rebecca, and this came from Joyce. Joyce really blessed me. I think I'll go with this first. But I might come back and use, not Kathy's, this is, who is this one from? It's a white piece, it came underneath. Let's see, I think, you know, I think I want to do mine here. And I'm going to have to cut it because I didn't save. I did not save me a piece, but my fabric is right here. And let me pull it out here. Without another crafter wrench, please. I load things up on everything and things tend to fall. What fell? That out of the way. Hold on, before I run over it, I want to pick things up. Looks like some, oh, my Society of Idea Collectors when I follow Miss Dee Dee. And I guess I just had a mark here. Scraps. Hold on. A group list of sewing words. Scraps. Why do I save all these? I don't know. I'm going to throw these away. All right. Hold on. And we'll keep these. And if I don't adjust this stuff, I'm going to have a problem. That's good sticker paper. Alrighty. I'll be wanting an envelope. Put that up there and hold on. Hold the phone. Alright, let me throw these away. And this is my... When I watch DD Society of Idea Collector. I'm ready to start a new journal, and I don't know what I did with my 3-ring notebook that I wanted to put in. It's probably back there in the back closet. I might just have to get another one. All right. So I'm ready to cut me a 2x6 piece out of this. And I'm just going to tear it. And I might just find a place here. No. That can be tossed. It's not a bag. And I have a thread falling out of this. I think it's that blue. Not this one. It's gray. And where's... All right. Some thread I can use. All right. I want to cut a 2-inch. Well, what is that? Still the gray? No, what? Is it the green? Yeah, greenish blue. Hold on, let me. Else it's gonna pull at everything. Okie dokie. All right, I want to cut my piece here. And I'll put my elephant on later. I want to send some to Vail. I've got mail that I need to send to Vail. Let's see if I cut it right on this strip, on that dot. Can't see where I'm going. And I need about 6 inches. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right about here. There we go. I'll fold that up later. Let's go back to my piece here. I want to keep this rose with Kathy's. Let's see, I was on this piece. And I'm going to put this one here. I think it goes here well. Time to get supper, LK says. Back after we eat. Okie dokie. Angie says, Meri, I made myself an old sewing machine journal. Ooh, cool, Allie. That's cool. Lori, you're still here? I have a question. Do you paint buttons? Paint Girly, are you out in the balcony? Did you hear that? Auntie wants to know if you paint buttons. I've seen buttons painted by dipping them in fingernail polish. They do they put drops of fingernail polish. That's not straight. They put drops of fingernail polish in water, almost like you do a shaving cream pull, and then you drop your button under the fingernail polish, and then pull up on it, and it gives you a pretty swirly or pretty button. It's it's a happening button. It's not something that you paint flowers, or it may look like a flower when you pull it, but it's more of a swirl type thing. Lori says she's here. Do you paint buttons? Angie wants to know. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Lori girl, I am using, do you remember that Edith Holden journal that you sold? I bought it from your cell. Oh, it has to be, because I think I'm in my 5th year of using it as a garden journal. Stay tuned for the member videos, because I am going to put one more year. I think I started that journaling in that. It's a beautiful journal. And I think this is, again, is another piece of JL's. And I think I'm going to put it in here, and then some of Joyce's. Oh, let's see. I think I want it this way, though. And I think I'll put it under my, so that fold line kind of gets hidden. I'm not pressing. Come on. Put it like that. And I love the fray. I love the fraying. You remember, it's a wonderful journal. But I was looking at it. For my next member video, which I want to get done this week. Not a live stream. We are going to do another live stream, but I don't think we'll do it till next week. We are doing commonplace journals in the for the members project. But I was doing book plates with them last week, was it? I think it was last week. And of course I did AI ones. And so in the garden journal, I'm going to do a handmade one. We're not going to do an AI one. And I was looking at the notes that I put in that journal, and I think my first notes are 2021. I do think so. And of course, they all start in April. And it's interesting to see what I did in April 5 years ago and what I did in April this year. So I went over to this is a nice long piece. I went, oh, let's see, I better see if I can get all of these on before I run out of space here. I'm almost ready to run out of space. This is Kathy Whitney's. And let's see what I want to use. She's got some toadstools. This looks like a little girl's face, but it might be an archway. I think this has more. I think if I cut it here, I'll have more of the design on it. So let me tear this. We went over to the town over, and I bought some coneflowers. I don't know if they're coneflowers or cornflowers. I'm going to have to check. They may be the same thing. But I think cornflowers are more like bachelor buttons, and coneflowers are more like gaillardia type things. And coneflowers have that kind of a rounded top, and the leaves kind of go down. And cornflowers are more like bachelor buttons. They're more of a round with little spiky leaves. Okay, this is Kathy's, and I was thinking she's got that pretty rose here. And I was thinking I could put it right there and stitch on this. And I think I'll tape it for now before I stitch. So let me some double-sided tape here and see if that will hold it down. Hi, Cannon. Is it Cannon or Canon? Cannon? Anyway, what did Lori say about the buttons? Lori says, I glued some on a card and stamped with them using paint. And I've stamped on them, but not really painted. She's talking about, Angie asked Lori Paint Girlie if she painted buttons. And Paint Girlie says, I glued some on a card and stamped with them using paint. Well, that's cool. But she hasn't really painted on them yet. I would use fingernail polish if I painted on them, or an enamel. Now, what do I have left? This is Kathy Whitney's. I have Rebecca's. This is Rebecca's. I probably put that next. And Joyce sent me several. So, I like this one of Joyce's. And that, let's see, did I use what everybody sent me? I have a scrap here of Kathy's. Joyce's. This is Joyce, bless her heart. And this is Joyce. Both of these. Joyce sent me several. Bless her heart. And I think I've used everybody's that I have. Now when Janet Nash and Becky send me theirs, I'll have to maybe put some more of this gold. I think I used all of the pretty border, but I can put some more of this gold to extend it. I've got a pretty long piece, so let's pin these on. Cannon says, Meri, either pronunciations are fine. Technically, it would be the second one. Canon, because it's a conjunction of an older username of mine that went to C Anon. Oh, but my best friend combined it to Canon. C Anon. I could call you C Anon. C Anon rather than cannon. Sounds like gunfire. Like we're gonna shoot pretty soon. I'm gonna call you Cianon. Cianon. Hi Joyce, I got your fabric. It is so beautiful. This piece is going to go right on the last piece here, but I still haven't got Janet Nash's and Becky's, so it'll be toward the end of this. I'm doing a scroll. Let's see, I'm going to have to trim Rebecca's a little. I need to send something off to Rebecca. She said, Meri, just come to my sales. I'll be happy if you just come to my sales. I know I missed out a lot in April. But you know, I was able to buy a lot of plant stuff for my garden, and I'm still buying. I still need some things. Right now, what I'm doing is seedlings, and my seedlings are doing pretty good out in the back porch. I'm getting ready to plant some squash seed and some watermelon seed and get that going. Because by the time the middle of May is probably when I'll plant those. And by the time I get the seedlings going, it'll probably be about a week before they start germinating. And when they grow pretty fast. Well, I don't know if squash does. I know the watermelon does. But we need some rain. It's pretty dry out there. We had a cool week last week, but we must have not got enough rain, because when I walk across the yard, the grass crunches. The grass crunches. All right. Joyce's piece to put on here. And we got some backing pieces here. Oh, that's just that goes to a crochet thread row. So I have my needles, and I have these extra pieces that I'm going to save because we'll see what comes in the mail. I might use these. So let's put Joyce's piece on. And let's see. I think I want to put it under here. And it will come out a little here at the end, but I won't stitch that down. Ouch! Until I won't stitch that down until I get the next pieces here. So I'll leave enough there. Now the hidden basting is really simple, but look how long this is. Let's measure. This is a little scroll that I got from Rebecca on a wooden spool. And she did it with the machine and then she cut it. But you could go in and slow stitch on that. I just haven't done anything with it yet. Let's see, let me measure. This is 7 inches from here to the end. So, taken from here, there's 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, and 7 is 42, and 4 is 46 inches. And that makes sense. That makes sense. It was 46 inches wide, this fabric, unfolded. Joyce says, Meri, I'm glad it arrived. Cannon said, by the way, what are you making today? I heard you mentioning the cabbage you're using came from community members. Really cool. The cabbage. Cabbage? These are scraps from Becky McCauley at Aunt Beck's Creations did a fabric block swap where everybody swapped at least a 4 or a 6 by 2 inch block. And I'm putting mine on, I'm backing mine, here, let's cut this. I'm backing mine on a, well, I think I'll cut it after I stitch it. I'm backing mine on a piece of gold fabric. I'm doing what they call a slow stitch scroll, and it will be wound up on this piece. What did I do with my scroll? Where is it? This is a slow stitch scroll that I did when I started following K3N Cloth Tales. She does these slow stitch scrolls. And you just use scraps of fabric that you slow stitch on you baste it to a piece of fabric on the back, and then you just attach pieces. You can see here I did some running stitches on this piece. So this one isn't completely done, but I'm going to do the same type of thing with these pieces from, only they'll be longer. I might put found objects or something in there, buttons, or when Becky does her stitches, I might try some of the stitches that Becky has said she wants to learn. Where is this thread coming from? It's coming, where's that thread coming from? that's coming from this orange piece, gold piece. There we go. So the next thing is to baste these on here. And it goes pretty fast. I think I will do it here. Any pins I take out, I'm going to give back to Penelope. She says, oh, yummy. And I've got a needle here. Let's see which needle I want to use. This one's got a fairly big eye, I think. If I can get it out. Open it up here. When I'm working on line, it's nicer to have a big eye. Oh, the better to see you with, my dear. And I am going to use white thread. Sometimes, or I might just use this gray thread. It might blend in a little better. Sometimes white thread, especially on darker pieces, stands out, but I'm not going to worry about that here. And let me turn on my, you'll see some reflection that I need the extra light to see with. And you'll see some reflection on my, not too bad. Let's see where this thread starts here. Right here. Come on. And I'm just going to baste around the edge here. And it goes pretty fast once you get started. Here's my needle. Here's my thread. Here's my needle threader over here. I'm not going to try to thread my needle online. I use a needle threader. And even then, whoops, something fell over there. Even then, I have trouble putting the needle threader through the big eye. Come on, Meri, you should be able to do this. Did it get in there? The needle, the little wire's kind of flimsy. There we go. And my thread is right here, someplace. I clipped my fingernail, so it's hard to pick up. Where did it go off to? Can't see it because it's, I'm gonna have to set this down, find where the end of this thread is. What? And Joyce has a trick where you do it with your, by rubbing the needle across your thread on your hand, but I can't do that. I tried. I'm unsuccessful. And I do this much better when I'm not doing it online. We got it. Did I get it through the... I should have. I did. So I'm going to pull a long piece. K3N calls a long piece the lazy stitcher's way, but... And it tends to knot if you're not careful. But I hate stopping and threading the needle. And you want to get as much things that your thread can catch on off your desk as possible. And I think I'll start down at this end because I'm going to work right to left. And we're going to leave, this is Joyce's piece, and I'm going to leave a part of it hanging so that the next piece I can put on, I'll have to add some more gold. So I'm going to start right in here. right here. And I'm just going to take a little stitch, a tiny stitch to get a knot started here. And I might have to zoom in so you guys can see, but just let me get this started. See where my thread. Well, you know, I can't see it, so I'm not going to. I got some of that gold thread there in my way. Once I get the knot started, I'll be okay. Let me pull this a little bit more. Oh, I pulled it out. That's because I can't see it. Hold on. Pin's in my way. I just want a tiny stitch there. I pulled it too much. And whatever's hanging there, I'm going to leave because I don't want to pull it out again. And I'm going to do a little back stitch. This is just to get it started. Yeah, come on, don't do that to me. And I got a loop going here. I'm going to bring my needle under that loop and through it. Just a little. My lips sometimes are my third hand. Come on. You should be. There we go. I'm going to say, you should be there by now. Now I'm still okay here. So now I can start. You want to do a long stitch on the back. I'd do about a 1/2 to 3/4 and a tiny stitch on the front. And I do as small as I can get. My needle's pretty long, but it's probably about 1/8. And a long stitch on the back. And a tiny stitch on the front. And see where my needle, well, where's my needle coming out at? My needle should be coming out right here. I didn't go all the way through. Let me do that. Let me put that pin back in. Down here at the bottom, it's bothering me. All right, let's go again here. Part of the problem is I've got some hanging threads from on the go piece that are getting confused in there. It's hard to see. Let me zoom in so you guys can see better at this point. Meri, watch those fingers. Who's saying that? Angie. I don't want them. I don't want to see blood. And don't do something. Don't put your needle in your mouth. Angie says, don't poke your lips either. Okay, Miss Angie. Angie sews a lot. She makes those beautiful baskets. I probably should have used a darker thread. I'm having trouble seeing where my thread is on here. I'm kind of feeling for it. It's right here. It's right here. So, but you use a darker thread, then you see the, and it isn't going to matter too much because you're going to be slow stitching anyway. But now I can do several. Hopefully about three is about all I can do at one time. But if you're really good, you can do more. But we'll go for 3 right now. And I do better when I'm by myself and can get it up to my face. And then you don't want it to gather, so you kind of want to keep it straight. And I'm trying to stay in all right. Where am I at here? I'm right here. So all you're doing is attaching these pieces to the backing piece. And the gold is the backing piece. Let's do another one. So I do, you know, from the point to here, that might be 1/2 of an inch. I try to do about 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch. And the most I've been able to get on these needles is 3 stitches without making it too horrible. Come on, get in there. I think that pin is getting in my way on the back, but I'm not ready to take it out yet. I think when I get up here, well, no, this is all gonna, I should probably go to the front and do it on the front side, because this is all gold on the back. But we'll keep, since I'm here, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna stop and reverse it now. And I got a shaky left hand. Sorry about that. That happens with my tatting too. And the shorter your thread gets, just like in tatting, it's easier to control. I'm going to have to take this pin out because it's in the way. All right, where did I end? Right here. What am I stitching on the back? It's really, should not have that much trouble going through that fabric, but it is. I'm just going to do 1 stitch there. See if it's me or the fabric. All right, I'm right here. I'm kind of going like I do off crooked. I'm going to kind of work toward my border a little bit more here. And I take smaller stitches when I can get it up to my nose. I can't quite get this up to my nose. You would just see my white head. And you don't want to see the back of my white head. So while I'm stitching here, what can we talk about? What can we talk about? What's going on in your worlds? What's going on in your worlds? I'm getting close up to Kathy's, I think, that has that rose on it. I can feel it right here. What's going on in your worlds? I want to know. Let me look at chat. I just got an ad out here. Cannon says, Miss Meri, I believe you have missed my explanation of the cabbage. Let's see what she says. Let me go back. Let me go back. See Anon? Let me go up. I have become fond of the canon, pronounced because that's what everyone defaults to. Okay, we'll call you canon. But truly, whatever you prefer rolls off of your tongue the easier. Well, canon does roll off my tongue the easiest, so we'll call you canon. If it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother me. It's easier to say. Let's see. Canon says, I hope your days have been good. She says, I have become fond, okay, of canon. Joyce says, oh, good, Meri had arrived. By the way, what you're making today, I hear that you're mentioning the cabbage you're using came from the community members. Oh, so the fabric that I'm using is from not my community members, but from a swap on Aunt Beck's Creations channel. I follow Becky a lot, and Becky does swaps with her members. And so we swapped a 2x6 piece of fabric. We just sent one piece to each person, but several people put more than one piece in. And let me find out where I am here. And Becky is arranging, Becky started her project, Aunt Beck's Creations. She started hers, and she's doing hers kind of in a block form on a white square. And I'm anxious to see what she does with it. But I thought I'd put mine on this scroll, so that's what I'm making. She says, I believe, let's see. Lori says she's headed to her comfy chair. She says, once I get settled in, I'll be back. Don't forget the thumbs up. Thank you, Becky. Cannon says, Meri, I believe you missed my explanation of canon. I probably did. Let's see. Lori is paint girly. She says, I think I have a few scrolls I started. I should look for them. Yes, you should. Cannon says, oh, goodness me, cabbage is a Victorian term for scraps of fabric that are saved for future use. I did not know that. They used to call baskets of them cabbage patches. Oh, really? And I became very fond of the term. I didn't know that. So that's probably where the little Cabbage Patch doll came from, huh? Scraps of fabric in the baskets, Cabbage Patch doll. That's what I associate it with. Lori says she has a few scrolls started. She said, I'd forgotten everyone knows that. Not everyone knows it. Yeah, I didn't know that. Becky calls them fabric bricks because they're kind of rectangular in form. You know what? I'll just do this one thread. I'm probably halfway through it, and I'll finish it offline because this does get kind of boring to watch. Let's see what else is going into chat. Angie wants me to watch those fingers and don't put the needle in my mouth. And she's gonna go take a bath. Lori says, I've decided, she's headed to her comfy chair. Cannon says, Miss Meri, I believe you. Okay, we followed that. Soon we'll be opposites on Monday. I'm going to be dyeing my hair black. Really? Well, I used to dye my hair when I worked because I found out very quickly when my hair started turning gray that there is an age discrimination. People treated me differently with gray hair, with gray hair than with brown hair. And once they know your age too, you cannot convince me there's no age discrimination out there. There really is. But it is what it is. I'm happy now. It's all in my past. It's all in my past. I'm here on Kathy's rose on the back. Stitching around it here. It's all in the past, but I have a pin. I'm going to have to turn this over and move that pin. Where's it at? Oh, it's not a pin. Yeah, it is a pin. Let's move it down here. Bricks is a good term for it as well, for those sizes. Yeah, they look like little fabric bricks, don't they? I call them fabric strips, fabric pieces, 2x6. I don't really have a set term that I call it. I keep getting these ads. It covers up my chat. Come on. Admittedly, I'm a bit excited for when I go gray, but I'm going gray early due to stress. I went gray early. Everybody in my family went gray early. It's just, for us, it was just genetic. Both my mom and dad, I don't even know my mom and dad with dark hair. My mom had dark brown hair, almost black, and I never knew my dad with any color of hair other than gray. Now, my sister, I don't know about because she left home when she was right out of high school. But both my brothers went gray early, and I went gray early. But I didn't go totally gray because I don't know when I went totally gray because I colored it. I probably started coloring my hair when I was 36. And until I was about 66, I colored it. And then when I retired, I stopped coloring it. I used to dye my hair a whole bunch of colors. Bright red was my favorite, but my natural color is dark brown. So fun colors take a bit of bleach. Yeah, I never bleached my hair. But now my hair, I will say I'm pretty happy. With my hair, I'm not unhappy with it. It's a bright white. And it actually looks better on me than brown hair. But I got so tired of dyeing my hair. And now what I find with white hair is they call me sweetie. Sometimes it gets a little annoying because they almost treat you like, well, I am an old lady, but I'm not that old. Sometimes they treat you differently. Sometimes they're more polite to you. Sometimes they don't think that you can do things, probably because their grandmothers couldn't or something. And when I have shaky hands, that doesn't help it either. I'm just going to use up the thread on, well, you know, did I pull it out? I pulled my needle out off the thread. I'm going to stop here. I'm going to stop here because I unthreaded my needle. Let me put my needle in at my stopping point. Where was it? Right in here. Right where Kathy's flower is. Let me just put my needle in here. And I'll do this offline because it gets kind of boring watching. So there it is. Now I can take these pins out, and I think I will, and I'll give them to Miss Penelope. We don't need pins, but see, you can hardly see. Well, am I on my live chat here? I'm way behind. See, you can, even if I hold it up to my nose, I can't see where my where my stitch, it starts right here. And they really blend in. So I can take out these pins. The more pins you get out, the better it is. This is my thread, causing me issues. And I probably should have stitched across here. I might come back in and stitch the pieces at the points here. But here's Kathy. This is where I ended, right in here. I'm going to take this one out. Leave that one in. So I ended right in here. I think I put my needle in there, right there. So I did probably just about, now I gotta, just about half of it on one side, not quite. Almost though, a couple inches, maybe about 5 inches, 4 inches. Right here. 5 inches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inches. 5 inches away from being, well, maybe 7 inches now that I pulled it, from being halfway done. I'll finish it offline. But I thought at least I got it pinned together. And when I get Becky and Janet's, I'll add those. And I'm going to put all these together. I might, when I get Becky and Janet's, I might add the other pieces I got here. And these are pieces that I cut off the ends here. We'll save those. And these are extras that Joyce sent me. And this is my needle. I couldn't find my needle book. I had it in my hands and I don't know what I did with it. I put things, you know that story. I'm going to put all of these, I should wrap. No, I won't. I'll just put all this together. I wonder if I can put these in that box. Scissors, let's do it this way. I think I can. I'll put my needle threader in there. There we go. And this is the piece I took off. I'll put it in with my slow stitch. And I'm going to take these scissors back out in the other room because that's where they came from. All right. Moving on. Moving on. I don't know how late I'll be on tonight. Because I don't know how much I have set aside to do here. I want to next hold the phone. Hold the phone. Where did I put them? I did things out. I know I just showed it to you. And that spool of thread is still losing its. What did I do with those hooks? No. I just showed them to you. Where'd they go off to? I don't know how I can lose things in 3 feet of space. It amazes me. I said I was going to work on them tonight. Where they went off to? Are they in this tray? Those are envelopes. That's my slow stitch. No. Honestly, Meri, what do you do with stuff? Did I put them up above? Yes, I did. Here we go. We're going to work on this because I feel like it. And these pages I'm going to leave a little margin on these pages when I work on this, because this is about 1/2 of an inch. And these pages are all sewn in now. So when I work on it, I have to work on it in the book. And these are different sizes. So what I want to do, let's deconstruct. Oh, you know what? I need to zoom out. Hold on. Let me zoom out. Have I already been on an hour? Let's see what's going on in chat. Let me see what's going on in chat. Let me refresh my chat. Chat filter. Top messages. Chat filter. All messages. Angie says, Joyce, I am going to start making again, just as soon as this month is over. I have a lot going on, and with me not feeling good, it was hard for me to craft. So I'll try to get those, oh, I think it was for macrame, Angie. It's not a round cording, it's kind of flat, but I think it'll make really nice, I think it'll make nice bowls for you. Oh, let's see, Joyce says, Angie, there is a fabric store in North Carolina that sells kits for those rope bowls. You should check them out, Mountain Thread Company. I got two that I got at the thrift store, and I told Angie I would send them to her. They're fairly large skeins of that roping. And I think it was meant for macrame, but I don't know that for sure because I don't do macrame. But she bleached her roots because she was a perfectionist, Cannon said. Let's see. We're talking about dyed hair. Oh, wait. Now I recall. I saw a small clip that included your face when I signed up for the member. Oh. My grandmother, before she passed, had the same bright white hair. Yeah, I did talk face-to-face in my member video. And if you go way, way back, I have a video on there that I did when I lived in Wisconsin, and I had dark hair then. I don't show my face often. I was thinking I would show it more, but we'll see. I don't know. I feel like my channel is about my art, not my face. My mom is going gray, but she dyes her hair red. Well, you know, I think it's okay to dye your hair, even when you're older, if that's what you're happy with. If you know, because eventually, you know, it'll either grow out or you can cut it out. And if that's what makes her happy and she enjoys her red hair, I think, you know, she should do it. I didn't like because I'd have to dye my hair every month. Just about every month. I know I'd have to touch up my roots every month. And I usually just dyed it again. Admittedly, I'm a bit excited when I go gray, but I'm not going gray. Oh, you're going gray due to stress. I already have a few hairs, according to my bestie. Yeah, well, you know, it's inevitable for most of us. Inevitable. You get old, you're going to get gray. And I laugh at YouTube's AI because if you say a young lady with white hair, they don't give you a young lady anymore. They give you an old lady because old ladies have white hair. And so many of my videos have my Miss Meri characters as a 89-year-old lady going, I'm not that old yet. So I changed it to I think the last time I experimented, and I still got an older lady, was 50 to 55-year-old lady with platinum hair. And she was younger, but she wasn't young enough. Hi, Allie. Welcome back. Cute doll on that book. Yes, what we're going to do, I'm going to put dolls in this little matchbook that I made. So I need to go through here, and I want the smaller dolls. And I think I might deconstruct the book. Let's see, can I tip my camera? Or no, it's okay if I keep it, the book up above. Let's just go ahead and deconstruct this book. Angie, I'm getting out the knife, don't look. And we're just going to do this. Oh, this one might have some colored pictures in it. No, they're all black and white too. That's okay. We're not going to do both books. I brought both books down. I need to get these books all deconstructed. I have a bunches of them upstairs in our spare room, and it's time for them to be used, because I need the space up there. Let's see. And I usually am able to take this off if I'm careful. I see I'm splitting it there, but it's okay. It's right here in the middle where it's giving me an issue, right in here. There we go. Let's do the back. Not too bad. Got a little tear there. But I'll probably use this anyway. But all I like to do is put my images that I cut out in between here and use it as a folder. But let's see. You can do this two ways. On that book of knowledge, I almost have to cut here and just keep cutting down because it is glued so bad. This may not be that bad if I just start going like, let me get this out of the way. Get kind of organized here. And I'll turn off that light now because I don't need it for, and it give us less of a glare. All right. So I'm just going to go down and tear pages. Now, this lady had more doll books. I bought a whole bunch from her. And then I went back and bought some more. And then I told her I needed to wait. And I don't know if I haven't seen her on, I got them off of Facebook Marketplace, up where my brother goes to the VA. So it's about 70 miles by the time we get up there. So it's a little bit of a trip. So I don't go up there that often. These are fairly old, so they come apart real easy. And I'm just taking them apart by section here. All right. So let's flip back over to the front. And what I'm going to do is go through and pick out the pages that have pictures by size. Like this is kind of a medium size, medium to large. And I don't think I need this anymore. It's safe to come out, Angie. Let's put my tape back on the Angie throne. Or not the Angie throne. The Penelope throne. And this is introduction, so I don't think there'll be too many dolls in here. And so these are, well, I think I'll just put them all in a pile and then go through. I'm looking for small ones to medium. I don't want larger ones. So I think this might be a good book. And you have to make decisions of which side do you want to use. Let's do it this way. Tear it better. See, here's a small one here. These are fairly small, I think. This size will probably fit on in my matchbook, not mouse pad. Some of these will be too tall. I think I sent a bunch of these out of my other book to Arlene. I don't know if she ever used them. But I had plenty. Here's a little bisque, B-I-S-Q-E. That looks like a Cupid doll. And I might go through and save some of the text for that matchbook journal. So this goes pretty fast. There's not a lot of full-page ones in this book. That other book that I took apart has some nice full-page ones. Here's some small ones. I'm looking for the small ones because I'm going to put them in that matchbook. Now, if I find any vertical ones that I can put across the, you know, a picture here and a picture here, that would work on those pages. I haven't seen anything. Something like this might work. Something like this. It's really fun when you get a colored book with colored pictures, but these are you know, books that I want to say antique guides almost. And to do this large of a book with all colors is probably pretty expensive. Let me look at chat. Allie K says, send prayers for Lala. Her water heater broke yesterday. Water flooded into her craft area. She lost a lot of her craft papers. Mentioned it at Beth's last night. Yeah, I saw that. That has to be heartbreaking. She's gonna have to take, was it Albert Einstein that, or was it Albert Einstein? I think it was, or could have been Thomas Edison. Lost his workshop to a fire, and he says, oh, he said, it just gives me an opportunity to start over. So, but it's heartbreaking when you have things that you love and you lose them in a flood or a fire. And there's been a lot of horrible tornadoes this year down south, Texas and Oklahoma, Kansas, Arkansas. That area has really gotten hit. Here's some, this would make a nice page across the matchbook. So, and it's heartbreaking. I often wonder what would happen if a tornado would hit here or a fire. But I've kind of resigned myself to if it happens, it happens. You know, you can't, I mean, you have to be safe. I try to be safe. I'm going to get a drink here. My mouth is getting dry. Thank you for sharing that, Allie K. We will keep Lala in our prayers. We will keep her in our prayers. Prayers and positive vibes. Camden says, no, I wish her better fortunes. Terrified of tornadoes. Me too. I used to dream about them. I don't anymore, but we used to be called the Tornado Alley here in Nebraska. We used to be part of the Tornado Alley. But I've been down here for 10 years now, and we only had one, and it was more of a strong wind that come across our area. It really wasn't a tornado. I think they categorized it as a F1 or maybe an F2. It didn't really do much damage. It was so funny because I heard the sirens going off. I went and got my brother, and I said, we need to go down to the basement. There's a tornado coming. And he got up, but he got down there. But I got to the top of the stairs, and our basement goes from the back porch downstairs. We don't have to go outside. And it's a floor that we lift the basement door up off of the floor like this. And he got down there. Well, I didn't quite get down there, and I looked out the window. The door actually goes this way, and there's a window here, and I was here, and I looked out the window, and it was blowing. And by the time I got 3 steps down, it was all over with. It really wasn't it didn't take the roof off or anything like that. It was really more of a high wind than a tornado. These are getting kind of large here. I like them. But this used to be called Tornado Alley, Nebraska, but I don't think we've had, knock on the dolls, I don't think we've had very bad storms here late in the years that I've been down here. But when I was younger, there used to be, geez, I remember those dark clouds, big old dark clouds hanging in the air, and it's still and hot and humid. But I was outside today, and it was kind of humid, and I thought, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if we were under a tornado warning, but we weren't. It was just kind of muggy out. Almost every page here has dolls on it, so this is a good book to deconstruct. And we're only going to deconstruct one book. My hands get tired of tearing. Oh, she's sweet. I'm almost done here. It comes apart pretty fast. And the lady who sold these to me, I hope she doesn't see what I do with them. She'd probably say, send them back. I'll give you your $2 back. I think I paid, it wasn't quite $2 a book. It was a little bit less than that. I think I gave her, $15 for about 8 books. You figure it up, it's a little bit under $2. I can't remember exactly what I paid for. I could look it up, but it's been a couple summers ago. We're getting back toward the end here. I don't think there'll be as many. I think I want to take this off if I can. Scrap. Yeah, you can tell this book is just glued together. It comes off, the spine came off real easy. Looks like an older lady doll. Paris. There's some small dolls. That one would be good. A lot of dolls. A lot of creativity in these doll makers. And this book is there a date on this? Oh, excuse me. see what the copyright on this is. Acknowledgements, 1978. So 88, 98, 2008, 2018, that's 40 years. Probably about 46 years old. Am I right? 2018 to 2026 would be 8 years. So it would be 48 years old. Almost half a century old. Boy, makes you feel old. 1978. I was out of college by then. Oh dear me. And this is all back matte. Oh no, there's still some dolls in here. Thought it was back matter. And I do like the black and white images. They don't have to be color for me. This is the last group of them here. There we go. This is the glossary. An index. I'm going to put these together with the front matter. Alrighty. What's going on out there in chat? Come on, flip. Flip. Thank you. Cannon says, my mom was born in 79. I'm old. I'm old. You must be a young one. Angie says, I think I was starting school in 78 or 79. Yeah, I was born in 51. So you do the math. I'm what, 70, going to be 75 in August. Yep, ma'am. I'm an oldie. I don't feel 75 though. Oh, sometimes I do, but... And let's see, I graduated high school in 69. I finished my business school. I went to the university, and then I dropped out after about 4+ years. I dropped out of the university because it wasn't going the way I wanted to go, and I attended business school for a couple years. So I was done with that at the end of 75. And then I started working. You're not the youngest one in the group anymore. Angie says she's 60. Cannon said she turned 24 in April. So, yep. She has you beat, Allie K. You two are the young ladies. I really like a nice age range. It's nice to have a good age range. Nice to see younger people. Yep. Allie K says, I'm usually the youngest in these online groups. Cannon says, I'm the baby. Aww. Allie K says, what is she talking? Oh, and let's see, she's talking about pizza. A local, let's see, what are you saying about pizza? Oh, I think they also had some small sliced onion. Let's see what she says. I can't go, oh yeah, I can. You're talking about pizza, you're making me hungry. Cannon said, we were under a whirlwind watch about a week ago. I had to try very hard not to freak out. I don't blame you. Oh, Legia says she's got a jet. She was out there doing important stuff. She says, have a good evening. I'll come back for the replay, Meri. I want to see what you make with those doll pages. They look neat. She's probably gone because I just found her message. But Legia, I wish you a very happy week. I will say I am planning to do another... Well, I'm going to do a member video. I don't know if I'm going to do another member live next week or the following week. But I want to do more for the members. I have some things planned. I just got to get at it. I was going to do something this afternoon as far as a video, and we went over and got those plants, and then I came home tired. So Angie says, Allie, what is a taco pizza? That led into the pizza chat. A pizza with taco toppings instead of like pepperoni. They're good, actually. I've only had them once before. Allie K says it's regular pizza crust, regular pizza sauce, cheese, lettuce, tomato. Then they add corn chips to the top. Bake it, add sour cream and hot sauce as toppings. Oh, I think they also had some small sliced onions in there. A local pizza place sells it. Oh, and hamburger. I forgot to say the meat part. Hamburger or sausage. It was probably more sausage-like. My brother would probably like that. But he likes a lot of meat. But he's unhappy with the meat prices going up. He can't get him a good steak anymore. He bought some hamburger the last time we went shopping. All right, let me kind of clear the tabletop here. I don't eat as much meat. I do like pepperoni. I'll eat that every now and then. I almost bought some sausage links the other day, and then I didn't. So what I want, let's get my page out. Now this first page is kind of small. Most of my pages are about this size. So I think I can take about this size of photo. So I'm gonna cut this one out as a guide. And then on these longer ones, I can put them this way, but when I fold the book, it'll fold part of the doll. So we'll just see. So, but I'm going to use this one and what's on the back. See, I'm going to have to pick and choose, but that's the way it is. I'm going to use this one as a guide. And of course it cut her. Now, this one I'm not fussy cutting these yet. I'm just going to get them out. And I'm going to save, now this just has, well, it did have some text up there. I might want some of the text, so I'm going to save the text to look at offline. And then these, I'm going to save this one as a guide. See, that one would probably work too, and this one will work. And the ones that I probably won't use right away, I'm going to put in this folder over here. Probably put it like this. And these, which I think will fit as a guide, I will. And the larger ones I'm going to put in here too. Let's just, and this just says what page. It's talking about the front piece, the cover photograph, and the back cover. So this is kind of like a title page, kind of, and there's nothing on the back of it. And I'll have these ready to go in another journal if I decide I want to use them. Some of these might look nice in my scrap, my page-to-page journal. I was going to put all portraits in there, but I might change my tune. And let's just throw the scraps away as I go. So what's on the back? See, I'm going to have to pick and choose. What ones do I want to use? I can pretty much cut. Let's cut on this side. Save that. And let's see. Do I want this one, which is larger? Well, I don't have to pick and choose right away for this. So when I get to using it, I'll pick and choose. And I'm going to put this over here because I want this as a guide. And see, I don't have to I'll just put it there. And these get a little bit too big, but I could still kind of use her, but I could use this one and that one. Some of them I don't know, I'm going to just set aside. These are too large, I'd have to pick and choose, but if I cut, I think this one's higher. This one might be higher. This one comes right about to there, yeah. So I'll decide when I use it, whether I want to use it or not. And I'm just putting the text aside. I probably will not, unless I find something like She's a Sweet Doll or something that is. I'm not going to try to match the text up to the doll unless it makes sense. So let me carry on with this for a while. I think that one's too long. That we'll just kind of snip them out, put them aside. I don't want to spend a lot of time fussy cutting. I'll do a few pages in my book. Now this one might work. That one will work. And that one would work. What's on the back? Yeah, they're kind of too long. I'm going to go for these two. This one might be a little tall, but I can trim it down, I think. And I learned from K3N, if you point your scissors when you're cutting, she was cutting fabric, but if you point your scissors to where you want to end up, like I want to end up right in here, and you look at the point to where you want to look up, you don't look at where you're cutting, you look right up to there, and your scissors cuts a straighter line. And I'm pretty good at it. I'm not perfect at it. And I'm not saving these on the back. It's just the way it is. Yeah, and some of this text I'll throw away. Now some of these I might cut out. It'd be fun to do something rather than just paste the pages in. It'd be fun to actually do something with them. I'm not sure what, but we'll go with this for now. And I think these are going to be too large. Some of these I'm just going to set aside and I'll cut later, because I'd be spending all night doing this. Let's just go through and hunt for some. I think these will work. I'm not going to look at the back once I've decided I'd go in with my decision. I'm not going to see what I destroyed on the back of it. Have no regrets once you make your decision on this stuff, because you can't save everything. You can't save everything. Well, I could save her. She's savable. She might even be savable enough. Not quite. Not quite. But I'll just put her over in this folder. See, these will work. That will work. And I think this is about my third or fourth doll book my third for sure. It might be 4 that I've torn apart and used. And I have, someplace among my scraps, I have more dolls that I've fussy cutted. And when we went down to the lake last summer, I spent almost that entire week fussy cutting magazines. And I put them in a box and brought them back. I don't know where they are. They're in that closet someplace. They're in the closet someplace. Yeah. I think I'll save that text. Don't look on the back, Mary. Well, I do look on the back to see if there's... Well, if I already cut this, though. Sometimes you have things you can save on the back, but... These look a little tall. Let's save that page. These look a little tall. She's way too big. This one looks savable. I'm gonna get my baby dolls on the back, but that's the way it goes. I do like that one. Well, I might be able to save this one. Let's go ahead and cut this off. Now, yeah. I think this one is... And you could save like the heads if you wanted to. I might save that head. Put him on a pin cushion. You know, you don't have to throw everything away. There's ways you could use these. Here's what's on the back of this. Well, she's a little tall. We'll put her in the tall batch. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Throw these away. Throw your scraps away fast, and you don't have a mess at the end. No. And you would know. But I like all of these. I'm going to save all of these. I think they'll fit. And this says, all bisque characters. I might keep that text. K3N, well, I can't keep up with that lady. I'm so behind with my slow stitch. Mostly because I've been doing a lot of the tatting. And that's been keeping me quite busy. I'm just going to save that. And what's this? No, I think these are a little too tall. I'll make a decision later on these. That one might fit, but this one will fit. He's too tall, but this one fits. Both of those will fit. Oops, going crooked. And this one I'm not going to cut until I get to the page. These might fit if I put them across, but well, I'm going to decide on those later. These are just a little too big. I like them though. These are all a little big. I'm going to put them in the big girl pile. And we'll fussy. And this is my front and back matter there on the bottom. Those will fit. No, but I like her. These would probably fit. What's on the back? Rue BB. Oh, I don't want to destroy her. I might save her out for the paste-to-page. She would fit. I get tired after a while. These look too big. I like her. She'll fit, she'll fit. What's on the back? Well, I'm sorry guys, we're going for these. And this one I'm gonna put on the bottom. She reminds me of a colonial style doll. It says China head doll. You would see this maybe in the, what, 1600s maybe, or 1700s. China head dolls. I'm guessing. I could stop and read the text. Glass eyes, 1850. See, I thought it was about Civil War period. But colonial was a little bit earlier than that. Colonial would have been more in what, 1700s? $1800s would be Civil War. If I remember my history, which I don't always. These are too big. I'm just going to bypass the big ones. I like them, but they won't fit on my matchbook, so we're not going to fool with them. Those will fit. Sorry, Guy. You don't see many Guy dolls, so I think I'll keep that one. There's other ladies in here I can use. Those two would probably fit. These will fit. What's on the back? Yeah, we can use these. So I'm about ready to stop here, and you know, I get bored after a while, and I feel like if I'm bored, you guys have to be bored. So I will finish this up either another time or a fussy cut this one out, or offline, depending on my day. Sometimes I have to be inspired. I am leaving at 10. It's 8:06 now. All right. So what I have here are the ones that I want to use, and I'm going to save this one out. I'm going to put it back in here. These are ones I haven't done yet. These are texts that I'm going to save to review. I'm going to put them with these. And this is my model. And then these are larger images. I'm going to put them down at the bottom. Like this. Over here are larger ones that, well, this is text, but I did some cutting, and I'm just going to larger ones like this. I didn't cut them. I got tired of cutting out the larger ones, and I'm just going to put those in here, and I might as well put the text in there too, like this. And we will revisit this another time. And I think I have a book band over here. Right here. My scissors are all tangled up in it. And we will put this like this. There we go. Now, let's get all the scrappies off. And now what I want to do is get my matchbook out. Let's take this and put it behind me, and I want a piece of paper that I can use. Now let me stand up. Oh, a piece of scrap paper here. Is that a scrap? Yeah. So what I want to do is kind of look at, maybe I'll skip the front page, go to this one. Now I think I'll trim her. We'll get another model the next time I do this. And I don't have to put these dolls on every page. So now I got a 1/2 of an inch here. So let's put her here. And I might come in with a quote. I could put her over here, but I could come in with a quote or a flower or something like that. And I want to put, this is that tissue paper. Put this under it. Like that. And then let me get a piece of, or even my glue book here. My glue magazine. I use this when I glue. I've got a sponge out here doing me trouble here. Let's see, I had something heavy on that. Penelope, are you heavy enough to hold that down? She says, I'll try, Mary. All right, let me put my fussy cuts up here. All right, I think I'm ready to glue. I might have to get out a new glue stick. We shall see. Not even going to look at the back. Got a 1/2 of a baby on there. It's not a real baby, it's a doll baby. I'm going to put her. And then she's not cut straight. Or maybe she is, and I have. But I can do art around her. So we're just going to... Now this one is a thinner page. Let's see. Maybe this one. And if it sticks out, I think I will trim this a little. Or I could even fussy cut it, but I'm just going to trim it like this. Of course it's crooked. Why would I trim anything straight? Doesn't make sense that I trim stuff straight. It just fits. And I really don't need this paper. If I glue on this, we'll come back to that paper. So I'm just going to put these in at random places. Oh, look, I had this one too. Do I want that one or do I want this one? I think I trimmed it for this one, but this one works. And I like her better. So I'm going to use her. And we might do some art around these pages. We'll see. Now this page is thicker than, this was kind of a tissue paper. Let me put that up above. Hold on. Now I could be doing something on the back, but I'll come back to the back. And I'm just going to go through these a page at a time. But now my fold is here. You can see where my fold is. So on some of these, I'm going to have to kind of push them in a little or they'll get bent. And I like the idea that there's text there. We put up the wooden snowman and something something Danish cocoa. Danielle, her cocoa, because Sophie something, the decorated tree. So there was a Christmas story going on there. Put my glue thing up there. Scissors out of the way. There's actually good pictures on the back. It makes me want to do a double take here on what I wanted to do, what I wanted to use. I'll just put it right in here. The fold is right there. Oh, of course it's crooked. I can't do things straight. I don't know why. There we go. That's much better. And this is just a, this is a heavy cardstock here. This was a to-do note, something or other here. Fold is right there. Let's see what I have. Maybe this one would look nice there. I like that there. I get into all these different projects, but this was a book that I was upstairs sorting stuff out, and I've got to use this stuff. I haven't been to a garage sale or haven't been to a thrift store or garage sale for a month. I can't quit bringing stuff home. All right, now this is a thinner page, but I do have this little guy. And I could kind of just fit him on here. Do I have another? I've got a little tiny one there. And I've got a little guy over here. I might put these little guys on this page. Wants to stick to my fingers. That glue does. Yeah, he's not straight. I have the worst time getting these straight. There we go. Do I need to zoom in a little again? You can see my entire desk here, though. You can also, if you're on mobile, and I think if there's might be a setting on your desktop ones where you can zoom in if you need to. I like you seeing my whole area here. And we'll just put these in till I can't put any more in. And then I'm going to have to think about what kind of artsy do I want to put on the other side. But I'll have to dwell on it a little bit. And this is a page that didn't get stitched in. This I can put right in there, I think. No, it doesn't quite. I'll have to trim the top of that a little. Yeah, this page is getting sticky. I'm gonna turn it this way. Now if you hold it there for me. She says, I'll try. What happened to my picture? That was pretty good. The little one. I'm only going to do these until I run out. This one's kind of tall for that. This one fits. Where did I put that other one? So I'll put it on this side. I like this one. Ew! It gets sticky. Those glue sticks, they're good ones. I like those Pin Plus Gear glue sticks. Let's see, the fold. I think I'm okay. We can use a larger one. On this. She fits in there. So my next week is gonna be full. I'm working on some member videos. I'm working in the garden. I have to go get more dirt. I'm out of garden dirt. I want to fill the tops of my planters. I think I can start planting some seed outside. I want to get that done. Lucky for us, our neighbor man knocked at the door the other day and said, "Do you want us to mow your lawn for you?" He has a riding mower, and it was getting quite long because we did have rain. We need more rain though. We did have rain, but that's one less thing I have to do. If it rains on Tuesday, I'll probably have to mow again. And I have some trimming up to do that he couldn't do with the riding mower. And I'll have to get it in there with my... But yesterday we finished cleaning that corner, and I have those. Now this, I'm going to leave my cats alone. I've got my kitty cats here. He needs an eye. I think this is the back. No, that's the back. Let's give this guy an eye. Let's give him an eye. He needs an eye. He's got an eye on the other side, but it didn't quite come through. It can be a little darker there. We'll just leave him alone. All right, and we'll leave that one alone. I like him. Got another one kind of peeking out. He's kind of hiding. And we'll leave these alone. So we're ready for a one over here, I think. Yeah, I pick these glue sticks up at Walmart. Almost every time I go down the office aisle and grab a glue stick package. Because I do like these Pen Plus Gear glue sticks. You can tell how sticky they are. And they do pretty good. Am I close to the end here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm pretty close to the end. Yeah, I like that. I might have enough to go with here. And then I have to think of what I want to do. And I might move on to something else after I get these in. And then give me time to think about what I want to do. I could probably come back and cut some more. I'm not going to do it tonight to do the back sides. But I think I have enough to finish here. Well, that's a little long. Oh, maybe I have this one. Let's do this one. I have to fussy cut him. Sorry, guy. Apologizing to a picture. Ink on paper, and I'm apologizing to it. Because he's got a face and eyes. I don't want to hurt him. Got an ad. Our raspberry patch needs some attention this year, Ali K says. Those things tend to spread and sprout everywhere, especially in places we don't want them. Maybe I should grow some raspberries. What'd I do with him? Where'd he fly off to? I didn't throw him away, did I? No. Well, I'm not going to spend my time looking for him. We'll do this one. I might have thrown him away. I don't want to go through my wastebasket. I want to finish up here. I have an idea what I want to do for, it's 8:30. I have about an hour and a half. I might pull a box in here. Let's put it over here. What I did with that other one bothers me when I do those things. I might have thrown him in the trash. Did I put him up here? No. He might have fallen on the floor. Let me see. I'm still bothered by. There's that one. Let me see if I threw him in the trash. Maybe he fell on the floor here. not on the floor. I don't know where he flew off to. I'll find him when I'm not looking for him. Something down here on the floor. An eraser. Oh wait, is that, no, that's a ink card. Well, I'm moving on here. I want to get done. Scissors. Ah, stuck to my finger so much that it tore the page. What are you doing? What are you doing? Tearing like that. Alright. I'm going to skip the Happy Tastes Good. We're going to leave that. And what do I have here? That's that little tiny one. I think I'll do this one. Yeah, I'll do it over here. I do like that this kind of goes fast once you get them cut. Because I'm almost to the end of the front one. And then maybe offline I'll go through and let's see, this is Sunday night. That's the last page. So I'll put this in. I'll put this, you know, I could glue them. No, we're done with gluing. I'll put them in that book. Wherever I put the book behind me. Hold on. I'm just going to slip them in the back cover here. There we go. I tell you, I pick scraps off the floor and I turn and I have more scraps on the floor. Alright, let's put my glue stick away. And so on the, going from, well, I skipped this front page here. I'll do something there. I might put a journal spot or something on here to explain what this is. But on every page here, I should have a doll image on the front. Now I'm going to do some more of this size and come and do them on the back too. So what I'll do, what I think I'll do is some art, either quotes or if I can find some good, I have a stamp magazine, you know, a stamp catalog that has a lot of words on it. I might be able to do that in here. But I like these pictures. And I think I'll art black lines around them, but I'm not going to do that tonight because I'm kind of tired. But I think this was a good use of these. To my cats. They kind of snuck in there. They're kind of out of theme. I could stamp my cat's an owl on these. Oh, I missed a page. I'll come back to him. But there we go. And this is a matchbook style. And I think if I fold my pages first and then flip them under here, they fit. I was struggling with it when I made it, but it fits, and then this fits in. And then I've got these hanging. I'll probably put some charms, and I'll probably put a closure on this. But there it is. Now, what I want to do, I'm going to leave this and Penelope here, and I'm going to go get a box to sort through, see what's in it. I've been curious. I box all this stuff up, and then I forget what's in it. I'm going to put this with my slow stitch. This gold piece. I'll be wanting that. So let me go in the other room and grab that box, and I'll be right back. I have a feeling that I haven't opened it, but I have a feeling, you can hear me, that it's more paper. It's heavy. We'll see what's in this box. I gotta get Penelope out of the way so she's safe. Put me back on my throne, Meri, and we'll move this out of the way. Yeah. Here's the box. And I think I'll do is put it in my chair. I'll put it in my chair and go through it and see what's in here. And I'm standing up. Yeah, I think it's more paper and paper scraps, but we'll see. This is a board book. I got these from Johnny one time when I was, and this is a folder of papers, and I think this is graph paper. I think some of these belong in my Society of Idea collector, so I'm going to keep this folder out, and I may go through this and put some of those things in my Society of Idea collector tonight. Oh, what else do I have in here? I have some journal pages that I haven't used. And it looks like a bag about an old archiver's bag of probably scrap papers. Oh, and it looks like a journal from papers from Jacqueline. Let me just pull it out here. It's a Jacqueline, this is what you've been waiting for bag. But is this all Jacqueline stuff? It is. Jacqueline papers. I'm not going to dig all through this because I know what it is. And there's probably more of the same in here. This is stuff I can get to pretty easy when I want. And I think I have another. This is just an empty box. Yeah. Here's another. This isn't Jacqueline. This is. Who is this one from? To Meridel. Online seller. I don't know who this was from. The envelope was from. It looks like it's. Oh, these are some stencils and things. I might keep this out from when I was doing things with all that wax people. Can't think of them right now. I'll keep it out. I'll think about it when I use it. And this is getting down toward the bottom. It's more. See, I've got a lot of scraps I need to use. I'm not even going to pull these all out because I see a Meri here. I need to use this stuff up. Yeah. And I think I'm at the bottom. I have some sponges. Maybe I'll keep one of those out. And that's the bottom of the box. I'm going to put this stuff back. I know what's in there. I kept a couple things out. Put this back in there. So this is stuff I can't really put this in storage because I'm afraid of the moisture on my papers. But I'm going to keep this out and go through it, and we'll put some things in my Society of Idea collector. And eventually I'll get this stuff used up. So I'm keeping this out. I'm keeping my sponges out. That's a start, isn't it? And I'll put this box back where I got it after the stream. It's kind of heavy. Let me put it over here. Whew. I got scraps to use. All right, these I'm going to keep out. I cannot find these wedgie sponges anymore. These are some that Petals and Dreams sent to me. But now they're all those thin round discs. I don't use sponges much anymore anyway, but I'm unhappy with that. You find something you like and they quit making it. That's just the way it goes. Where'd that come from? Up here. All right. So I have this, and I have my Society of Idea collector, and I have an envelope of things over here that need to go in my, hold on, Society of Idea collector. So we're gonna collect ideas here. Let me adjust my chair. That box pushed it down. Oh, Dee Dee got her new chair for her birthday last year, or when her last birthday was. Let me look at chat. Let me refresh it just to make sure that chat filter all messages. Hi, Chris K. Hi and bye, Cannon. Did Cannon leave? She says she had a good dinner. Hi, Christy. Bye, Christy. Or is it Chris that's leaving? Hi, Christy. Chris Calu is from Mexico. Welcome in, welcome in. She says, hi, everyone. She teaches at the college level. She says, hi, everyone. A quick stop to say hello to everyone. I'm finishing up house chores before supper. Bye, and I'll see you around. She streams a lot with, I don't know if she does anymore because I haven't been online that much to watch streams, but she streams a lot with MMW over in Israel, Miriam. But I don't even know if Miriam's streaming that much anymore. They've had a lot of international issues over that way. Our neighbors on the other side of the fence either hate us or love us. I'm sure they have unintentional raspberry bushes growing in their yards. Oh, Allie Kay, I wish you lived across my fence. She says, if you could live closer, Meri, I would send you some sprouts. Have a good supper, Carol. Oh, Carol was in here. She just wanted to stop by and say hi. Got to finish making dinner. You guys are making me hungry. I didn't have any supper. Started my stream at 6 o'clock. Allie K says, our raspberry patch needs attending. So we saw that. We could do cleanup and such, but not planting here. Yeah, it's still pretty cool up here in the north. Did you see on Facebook Dee Dee's garden? She's already got veggies coming up. That's not fair. Yeah, I think she had tomatoes and green peppers. I can't remember. She had a beautiful garden. Mine's prepped. I planted cannabulbs. I planted gladiolas. I planted onions. I planted some wildflower. It was old seed. I don't know if it's going to come up. They say if you soak your old seed, and I did soak it, and I did see some sprouts, so it may just need a good spring rain. We need a good spring rain. And I planted, let's see, wildflowers. I planted a daylily and a rhubarb plant. Now today when we went over to get those plants, we got, I don't know if they're, I'm going to have to look whether, I forgot whether he said they were coneflower or cornflower. I think he said coneflower. And I don't have to stream tomorrow, so I am going to go to town tomorrow and get dirt, but I'm going to get out there early and plant those. I bought 5 plants, and I'm going to put them out there under the walnut tree or by the walnut tree and see what happens to them. I need to really tend to that patch out there. Yeah, our hollyhocks were so pretty the last couple years, but only 2 have come up this year. So I really need to put some things out. All right, let's go down to the bottom. Cannon mentioned that he's a male. Oh, well, okay, thank you. Welcome in, Canada male. You're welcome in here, Mr. Cannon. That's okay. We used to have Mark Mirror would come in here, and I haven't seen him for a long time, the quilting guy. I can't even remember his name right now, because if I don't see you, I forget you. What was his name, Allie? The quilting guy. His partner's name was John. Oh, got an ad. Bootsy. Bootsy. Yeah. Yeah, that's not fair. Hi, Karen. Karen's been around forever. Karen K, welcome in. She remembers Bootsy. Karen the dog says, "Ah, thank you very much. It's quite all right." Occasionally we have some males pop in here. Dee Dee knows those. I'll tell you, my mind. I had a full day again today, and my mind gets stuffed full. What is that show that Dee Dee follows? The one, something Island. Something Island. And there's a man that comes in from that show. And Dee Dee has more males visiting her stream, but she's got a larger following than I do. Bootsy, I haven't seen him in ages. I haven't either. Oh yeah, Casey Street. There's Casey Street. He pops in here every once in a while. Oak Island. Yes, thank you, Allie K. That's it, Oak Island. I just, I can't get hooked on all that stuff because I hardly get hooked on YouTube anymore. I try, but I don't get it done. All right. Well, speaking of Dee Dee, though, I got an ad up there. And what happened to my chat? Okay. This is my current Society of Idea Collector. It's getting pretty full. I still have pages at the end. I started putting in these images that we did. This is my stamping these. And this is when my printer was still doing me good here. Still treating me good. These are images of steampunk dolls that we were doing online. When I very first started doing online stuff, these are a little larger. These are sticker sheets. And I think that's about where I need to carve him yet. I actually want to take a picture of him and make a stamp out of him. I haven't carved him yet. Let me grab my phone. My other phone that I put in a safe spot. Did it fall? That was what fell when my button jar fell. Where did that phone fall to? Oh, no. Where did it go? Well, I'm going to have to hunt for it offline. Remember that button jar fell? And I thought something else fell and it was my phone. Here it is. I hate it when my phones fall. Luckily, I've got a carpet. Let me sign on here. This is the phone that they gave me a password screen lock, and I didn't want it. I suppose I can get in there and change it, but I have to sign on. Yeah, hold on. And I keep forgetting, and then I don't type it right. You are. All right, I want to go to my camera. I want to take a picture of this stamp here. This is my own design. And then what I'll do is I'll bring this picture up. Let's go to my, I'll bring that up, probably this one, and I'll zoom in a pixel level and clean all of this up, and then I'll make stickers. And I think I can still make stickers with my current printer. It still does black pretty good. See, this is the one I started out with when I was designing this dog. And I'm doing the cat and the owl in this same design. And we have a list of animals. I might have to do that list again. Let's put this camera in a safe spot. I don't have any more safe spots left. There we go. Okay, so I was playing with stamps in here. That was around Christmas time. And this was an idea. This was an idea. It said, watching Sue Hiles. Sue Hiles does a lot of cross stitch. Not cross stitch, slow stitching. And I was watching her video and I wanted to write this down because I had an idea. She was making a fabric bowl. See, I said, watching Sue Hiles do a bowl from a comment by Kimberly in a stream chat. And a comment by Carol about magnets. And I thought it would be interesting to stitch strong magnets between the layers of fabric on bowls. And I dated it January 26th. So I was thinking, they were talking about making fabric bowls. And in fact, I think Sue talked about her fabric bowl not too long ago. And then I also caught a comment by Carol and Kimberly about strong magnets. And I was thinking about how nice it would be to stitch some magnets inside of a bowl or around the bowl. Some strong ones to maybe hold your scissors or anything else, you know, paper clips or whatever, bobby pins. So that's an idea that I had. Here's where I was playing with making inks. And they didn't come out too dark. I was playing with printer ink because my printer was, pretty sloppy printer ink here. The blue isn't bad, but the ink is real juicy, and I still think I have these ink pads somewhere around here. I'm not going to dig for them, but so I put that in my society, and I think that's probably about the last of the pages. Oh, I've done stuff. So what I want to do, I got a scissors underneath of there. My pen falls. What I want to do is grab this folder, and these are some things I had saved to put in my Society of Idea Collector when I found it. Not everything. I got some stencils in here. I think this is a part of a stencil here. And this is a stencil. I cut apart a stencil. And I got some scrap paper that I think I'll just fold into a journal. Let's get this stuff used up. Let's clear this folder. Now this is where I'm getting to my Society of Idea Collector stuff. Let's see, I'm going to put this underneath here. So this goes, these are things I was playing with. This is still the Christmas. I was playing with the Christmas tree. It looks like I was going to try to do a paisley. Here's some that I stamped off. I didn't like them. This is a little baggy. I didn't like them. I was doing a branch tree, a Charlie Brown tree. No, I was just playing. I remember doing that. I didn't like it when I did it. Here's some white paper here, some that's dirty. This is all going to go in a journal. I'm going to use it up. That probably could go in my scrap box. That's a sticker sheet. This was, put this down. This was a word, hypochoristic, a pet name or diminutive form of a name. Hypochoristic. Who is called, what diminutive form mean? What does it mean? Something there. Who else? What if? Why not? Yeah, I don't, that word, I was going to do a word brain map there. I think this all goes here. We're going to make a journal out of this stuff. There's a bag again. Let's put the bag over here. Got a lot of white paper that really, I don't know if I want this much white paper in my journal. I might save it for scrap. Go through here. It looks like this is a sticker sheet. I'm not sure what this is. It's another one. It's a heavy sheet. I don't think it's sticker. It's just maybe the inside of a book. I'll decide later. And then this is graph paper. That I'm going to keep out. Put it behind me. Well, there wasn't that much in the Society. I thought I had more to go in the Society of Idea Collector. This is tatting instruction. I thought I had more here. It seems like it's all blank white paper. Well, I got these that will go in there. And that's mostly white. There's some stuff in there. All right, do I want to put this? Was a split ring that Katia was teaching. I think I'll save that for my tatting journal. I thought I had more here. This can go in. This. And these, I'm going to put these in my scrap box here. I got a scrap box that I used from, but I stuck stuff in there and it's fatter than when I started. I've got a scrap envelope behind me. All right, well, I didn't have as much to put in my Society of Idea Collector as I thought I did. Because these are stencils. Now I kind of want to keep those separate. I'll put these back in that box and put that folder back in the box. Okay, so, and then these I know these are patterns when and maybe a couple of, this is not going in the Idea Collector. These are some things I've been playing with making. I just needed a place to put them. That was stamp cactus flowers. Did I use the? Didn't use them all. I'm going to save those out. Some more stamps. I remember tucking those in there. So these I'll put back in here. So now let's start with these. These can go back over where the Christmas was, where I was playing with Christmas in here. So I think I'll just fold it. And I think I will trim it too. So it'll fit without crunching up here. So I'm just going to tape that in there. And then I just have a corner of one here. Let's cut this. I wasn't very happy with these stamps. I don't think I did a very good job on them. But you live and learn. You know, not everything you do or have ideas for, not everything is going to be successful. But I may look at these sometime in the future and it may spur an idea, especially of these. And that's what an idea journal is for. Sometimes, you know, your art journals are not there to be masterpieces. They're there for you to collect and I'm trying to get this off of here. Collect your ideas, collect your thoughts, and it may not be a perfect collection. It might be, but if you save it, you might get an idea down the road. That's what I'm trying to say. Hopefully this will come off without too much of a coaxing. Come on. Burnish it, Meri, burnish it. I always complain that they don't put enough to pull on these double-sided papers. Those are stamped right on the page, so I can put this one in here. I'm glad I got that box out. Now I know what's in there. I need a little bit more here. That go over the mark. Canon says, let's see, what are they talking about? Let's see. I'm talking about, let me go up a little. He's not from the show. He does a weekly show on his YouTube channel. What are we talking about? Oak Island. Oh, he's not from the show, but he does a weekly show on his YouTube channel about the latest episode. Okay, she's talking about, I don't follow Dee Dee that much. I thought he was from the show. I mean, I follow Dee Dee, but I don't follow that Oak Island segment that much. I listen, but I don't hear. Let's put it that way. I follow Dee Dee all the time, but the Oak Islands, I don't really get too much involved in that. I'm involved in too many other things. There we go. I like that. And that kind of documents those horrible stamps. Now I have patterns here. And these are scraps. Let's get rid of those. And this is from the gnome hat. The gnome body, different sizes. Gnome hat back. So the gnome, this is the body. Of course, it would probably go like this. And those are those gnomes that, gosh, I got one here somewhere. I don't want to get up and get him. We did these in not Aunt Beck's stream. This is a staff. This is the gnome pattern. Here's his hat, his nose, and his body. And this goes here, and this is part of the body. And this is gnome hat front, gnome hat back. So this goes here, and this one goes on the back, because it's longer. All right, still the gnome. This is a Matryoshka doll pattern. And let's see, this is the owl pattern. I'll come back to that. This is a piece of sandpaper. And left coat fur. Some smaller patterns here. Right sleeve. Right sleeve. This was a little guy, and I didn't fussy cut him all out there. I'm not sure what I was doing there. I saved him. That looks like I wrote it down, wrote on it. I can't read it. Beard, and mustache. Oh, maybe this was the mustache. It fits in there. This is a beard. It must have been a Santa Claus. Could have been a gnome. Trying to figure, I didn't put all these together. Hat fur. And this looks like a right coat. I have to figure out what this was. Like a cane. I think this was a Santa Claus. Right sleeve fur. Something right fur. Right boot. I think these were Santa Clauses. Glove, fur above the glove. Boy, I had a lot of pieces on this. More fur. I don't have a head though. Left coat, fur. Must have been for the sleeve. And this is shoulder fur. A lot of fur. And this little guy, I don't know, he goes to something else. I probably lost half the pieces. But when I have all my gnome there, and I'll probably find these later. This was, what is this? Oh, that's the owl pattern. I have my gnome. We'll put him in here. And I'm not going to put him on this. I'm going to give him a blank page. And I'm just going to kind of tack him in. I doubt that if we make another gnome, I'll probably make another pattern. But let's put him. I'm going to skip another page and put him in here. Like this. And here's my gnome there. And this is the body. We did these a couple years ago. And then we also did smaller ones. And I'm going to tack them in with painter's tape in case I want to grab him out. Although I do think that if we do another one ever, I'll probably make another pattern. But at least I'll have them in my, as a reminder. Yeah, I think we made, well, we made a set of owls. I made a set of owls. I might have only made one gnome. Becky, I think, might have made her smaller. I don't remember. But I made a papa owl, a mama owl, and a little baby owl. And they're here someplace. I had to take a lot of that stuff down because I want to reorganize my computer desk over there. I want to get those shelves built. That's a coming project. But the more that I can get in here, the better it's going to be for me. A little piece here that can, maybe I'll put another piece on there. And I think my little gnome guy turned out pretty good. I just don't want to get up and hunt for him right now. He's around here. We did gnome dolls. And they're pretty simple to do. You sew your eyes on, you make eyes, and I didn't save all of that. Save a gnome hat ball up there, and put buttons on, button eyes. I think we use buttons for eyes. I do a lot with Becky. She does a lot of things that are fun to do. Right now she's doing that fabric brick swap. I'm keeping up. She does a lot of cards and things like that, postcards. What time is it? 9:09. I'm not sure about these little pieces. I might just put them back in the envelope and put the envelope in the book here. And that way, if I ever figure out what they are, I can reach in and use them. This should really go over here. No. I'll put it back over here. It really goes maybe like that. Because he kind of rounds them at the bottom. And this is the front, and this is the back, and you make it, you cut it. This is a fold line. So the back is longer than the front on these gnomes. I probably need another piece on that. And I've got other stuff that needs to go in here. This is just some stuff that right at hand. Okay, we're going to do the owl. But before we do the owl, I'm going to put Penelope away before she jumps the cliff. Before we do the owl, I'm going to put all these little pieces back in this envelope. Now I'll take these out. You use these in my garden journal. Not this. This might go in the garden journal. I'm not sure. It's an ongoing. I'll put them up here for now. And I'm going to put all these little pieces back in. I think this was supposed to be a Santa Claus. And I probably lost the head, and looks like I have sleeves and fur. And this was a Matryoshka doll piece, and this was probably the outer piece, and then you have an inner, an inner, and an inner. And as I work with stuff, it kind of gets, my patterns get separated, and I'm trying to be good, but truthfully, if I do this stuff again, I'll probably make another pattern. Let's see if I can get this all the way down in there. He doesn't quite fit. That's scrap. Is that scrap? Okay. And I think I'll put a piece of tape to hold these closed. And I'm going to put bits of odd bits of patterns. And I think it was a Santa Claus. It could have been, I did a Scrooge doll. I'll have to get out some of my old journals. I did a Santa Claus and I did a Scrooge one Christmas. I think it was a Santa or Scrooge paper doll. Can't remember. At least I'm documenting it. And we'll come back to that. Let's put this one. Let's put it in here. And I'm just gonna, actually I think I'll just, because I can pull it out if I need to. I'm going to put it more this way. And I'm just going to put a piece of tape across here. These journals are meant to be collection journals. They aren't meant to be art journals. And I'm probably putting more notes on there. And I have this owl pattern. The owl pattern, we made several different sizes here. And I have a nice pin. What's that? I'll put it here. This, I cut it out big, but you make a fold. When you cut your fabric, you put it on the fold. But you can see where the nose was and the eyes. And I think this is what is this? Owl wing. This is the wing. So he had a wing like this. And this was a base for the bottom. So this was the bottom. And you cut these, and he sat on a base like that. And then you had two wings. And this is the eyes. These are the eyes and the nose. But I'm going to put the eyes up above because I don't want them to get lost in here. I could color them. Oh. I used to have a yellow pen out here. Is that it? It'll work. Where are they at? I can't find them now. There's one. Where's the other? There's one, and here's one. I'm going to color those eyes. Just so I know what they are. There's one. sticking to my finger. This is more of a tannish brown than a yellow. It's one of those Sharpie markers. One of the newer colors. Might be purple. Might be purple. This owl has purple eyes. I have bad lighting. That look purple to you guys? I think that's purple. It looks like tan to me. Now, what did I put that? See, this looks, that even, yeah. I don't like the purple color. It always fools me. Okay, we're going to put that there. I'm going to put this under and the wing. Okay, let's put this one down first. And I'm just going to tack these in. Because I might want to make an owl again someday. I did these, the owl and the gnome I think I did with Becky. She made these one a couple years ago. I still have the gnome out. He's over on one of my shelves. The owls, I think, got put away when I cleared some of the stuff off of my computer desk. But I have more stuff I need to clear off of there so I can make my shelves. Now this is the base. This is actually the bottom of the doll, and it sits. The doll, the owl goes up this way. This is, of course, is the larger one. But it's nice to get these in my Society of Idea collector. This kind of reminds me of what we did. And I could probably go back to Becky's channel and find out when we did these. I'm going to put the eyes up here. I think we used buttons for eyes. And we had ears. I think we had ears here. What was this? Was this the ear or the nose? My owl has ears, I think. This is the nose. I'm going to cut. Well, I don't know if I want to color him or not. I'll just leave him like that. And this is the wings. And the wings you cut. You have them double, but you cut two of them. So you have one on this side and one on this side. It makes sense to me. And I'm just going to put it in here. Yeah, I put that one down. I did. I haven't got the eyes or the nose down yet. It's nice to get these. I got more than I need to get put in here. And so I can move along to my new Society of Idea collector. I probably won't get that started till next year now. But that's okay. You work at your pace. You don't work at other people's pace, because if you try to keep up with them, and if they're, they're concentrating on one thing and you're concentrating on 10, well, you know how that's going to frustrate you. And that's usually the case for me. But I get so inspired by watching people. But I did do 3 owls with Becky, and I did a gnome. I get so inspired by watching things. Okay, what time is it? 9:21. I don't have a lot of time to start something new. I'm real curious about a box over here. I might dig it out and see what's in it. There's my owl. And I'm not going to document these right now. I'm done with this. Let's put my pins up here. And I've got all sorts of stuff falling. Put my tape back over here. I put Penelope on these tape rolls and call it her throne. I got several tape rolls over here. All right, we're gonna, let's see what this is. This is that scrap paper. Let me put this down below. Most of this paper, I'm not gonna make journal pages out of. I'm always looking for pages of paper, so I'm gonna separate this out. I don't know what this is. I think this was part of a book page. All this white paper I had to save for something else. That's a heavier. I'll use that. I'll use the heavier. I don't know what these were. I'll use a couple of them. Sometimes when I want paper, I'll grab 3 or 4 sheets of them, and then I lose them. Some map and book pages. I'll save stuff like this. These white papers are not going. Got too many of them. I'll use them for other things. One of these. And this is all. Well, this is written on. Oh, we're going to use that. We'll use this. What this was. Just a folded sheet. All right. These I'm just going to use for when I want to grab something to as a glue sheet or something to scratch notes on. So, let's put these back up. What's this? Hold on. Let's see what I have here. That's a doll page. I was saving that out to put in my paste-to-page journal. And here's another doll book to cut up. I'm not going to do that tonight. Yeah. This is that paper from, I was gifted from Vail. My last Jacqueline Lovely's crafting page swap, and I couldn't find it. I put it up above. And these are just some scraps. More scrap. Oh, these can go in. I should have another one here someplace. I'm going to throw this stuff away. This is all member stuff. I don't want to show this right now. These go to my member streams. Save that out. What's this? This can go in my... I'm getting piles here. This is what it should be, piles. Separated and organized. These postcards, I need to send these off. I've got 4 of them. One goes to Kimberly, one goes to Becky, and one goes to Vail, and one goes to me. And they're all ready, except for I did these in March the 19th. Here they are. These need to be sent. They're all ready to go. I even got my address on them. I just need to address them. I'm going to leave these out and take them out in the other room. Maybe I'll get them sent. This is an address sheet. My addresses. Some fabric. I'm cleaning my top shelf off. These are more member things. This is a Victoria magazine. I'll throw that out. I'll take it out in the other room. This can be tossed. I'm working down to my... I don't know if I want to save these or not. I was looking for flowers. And these are postcards, and I don't like them. I'm going to paint over these. I don't like these at all. I'll put them here. This I want to keep out. That's my matchbook. Should have another one to go with that. Oops. Oh, what I was doing there. Here's my... I'm cutting a glove here. Did I cut 2 of them here? No, I need to cut another glove. There it went over the cliff. I need to cut another glove to match this one. So that's an ongoing. We'll save that out. And these are some journal pages that I did. They can actually go in this pile. These are ink pens. That's a paper towel. That's sandpaper and another paper towel. What's this? Watercolor. Didn't get put away. Textile marker. Yeah. See, I just piled this stuff on this shelf over here because it's so handy while I'm working. These are little pieces. There's some fabric again. I need to put those in a fabric pile. Scrap paper. More addresses. This is from that Seasons book that, and what's this? Leprechaun envelopes. I got those sent. I actually did send something. Yeah. All right. That can go there. I think this is more white paper. I've got some notes in here. Fairy giveaway. Going to Vale. Vale, Becky, and Kimberly. That was those postcards I showed you I put behind me. That's a Seasons journal. This is more of that white paper, paper towel. This is sticker paper. And see, I pull out a bunch of white paper because I want scrap paper, and I never can find it when I want it. There it all is. This is paper I got from somebody. I think this was a package from Rebecca. I'm going to put it in here. And I'm not even halfway down the pile. It's more white paper. Let's save this envelope out. I might want it. What's this? I get so frustrated when I do this. It's another envelope I can save. That's a sticker. I was saving that fussy cut. This is Dee Dee's journal. This can go in here. These are some sticker postcards that I printed off a long time ago. This is some Jacqueline paper, some bubble wrap for mark making. This is one of those book of knowledges. I'm going to take these apart. But let me tell you, they are, I'm going to put it down below, they are hard to get apart. They have these really, really thick spines. I don't think this was a book of knowledge. This was a storybook. And I need to do something with that. I'm sorting out my desk over here, filling my time. This is paper. This is a group list of sewing words. We just read that. These are some fussy cuts. This can go in my... I'm going to make a journal pages, fold some journal pages. These are scraps. This can go over here. What's in here? I think these are more scraps. Oh no, these are transparent art journal pages. So art journal, ongoing transparent art journal pages. We have a childcraft cover for another journal. I'll probably fit that one. What's this? These are some envelopes and wax paper. Put that over there with the other. A pile of paper towels. I never have a paper towel when I want one. Now I got a stack of them. Yeah, I'm getting there. That's a scrap. This is a leprechaun, early bird. This went to Becky. I think I gave this to her. Early bird leprechaun giveaway. And I've got some panda pins. I think I'm down to where I want to be. This is a book box that I'm making. I don't have it finished. This says unfinished. I need to finish that. And then I have a basket here of things. Panda pins, sandpaper, bits and bops. I brought that home from Wisconsin. I think there's either tea or thread in this one. No more bits and bops I need to use. What's in this? I'm almost afraid to open it. Looks like tatting pieces. That's what this is, tatting bits. A ribbon, and this is my tea bags over there. But what I'm getting at, and I think I can put it on top of all of this, because I really want to know what's in it. Wait, I've got some papers that are more paper towels. I don't know what I did with the stack of paper towels that I had. Scrap paper, paper towel. I'm going to put this in here. Now, what I want to really look at, I was digging down for it. Oh, yeah, I got some more stuff here. These are lace. I'll put that in here. My book box. What I'm getting at is this box. And you can't see it all. It's a big box. I'm gonna bring it down to my lap level and open it up. Let's see, what do I have under here? I got a little bunny book. Probably came from Jacqueline, if I remember right. Well, let's see if I can open this up without bumping the camera. What I have in here is a book cover that I made. And it's kind of warped. It needs to be flattened out. I have a piece of orange. I have a pick tin. I have some sticker book pages that I printed for my own use. Here's some more of that white paper. I'm going to save that out and put it all together. Pencils that I got from Gina Ahrens a long time ago. And they were some, she made a lot of stencils for sale, and these were some of her, not sale items, but things that didn't quite go through right. This was a piece that I did. I think it's no, this is not, I didn't do this. This is from Debbie Epps. It's an envelope, of one of those envelopes that she decorated. Sorry about that. And I think this is Gina Ahrens again. I got a lot of her work in here. And I should do something with it. This is all Gina Ahrens. These are some of her stamps. I'm going to put all this stuff back. I'm going to keep the white paper out. I've got a lot of white paper that needs to be Here are some alphabets I was using. This is Gina Aaron's stuff here. I bought a box of her stuff. These are her stamp images. And her feather stickers. I don't know if that's hers or not. It's just some tissue paper. And what else is here? I don't know if that's Gina or not. It's with her stuff, so it might be. Yeah, this is all Gina Aaron's stuff here. I bought a box from her that she wanted. She had a stash box she was selling. There's an envelope. Here's a book, a glue book that I did. I need to finish this. I saved that out. I got some tracing paper. What's this? These are just scraps, I think. I'm going to keep out the tracing paper. I've got some note cards I'm going to save out. These might go in that matchbook. There's a whole bunch of little fussy cuts. These came from Jacqueline. These are vellum pages that she's dyed. I love those. I've got a box of beautiful buttons that I won't use. Can you guys see this stuff that I put up? I'm just going through this box for my own. Can you see those? I'm not on my chat, on my red dot. I'm putting these back in the box. Some more of these wonderful vellum pages. I'm keeping those out. And some more of them. I'm going to actually make a journal. I bought a whole bunch of these from Jacqueline. And some Tim Holtz photo things. Some foam board. What is all of this? Oh, this probably came from Rebecca or somebody from a sale. Some special thank you note cards. I'm going to keep those out. Some kitty cards. I'm going to keep those out. Here's a book cover. I think this came from Jacqueline. Somebody. I've got an envelope. A sack of something. Scraps, it looks like. Alright, I think I'm down to, I thought my putz house was in here, but it's not. I didn't find my putz house. Current project list. Alright, so let me start putting this stuff back. I'm not going to fool with the Gina stuff tonight. I'm going to go through all of Gina's and make a Gina journal. I don't hang out with her anymore, but I should use up these things that I got from her. I think I'll save those out. I'll save that out. And what is this over here? Her stencils. Alright, so what else do I think I'll get out from under the camera here. Yeah, I still have this box in my lap. I think these papers that, let's see, those are pens. That's a little book. That's sandpaper. These are all those paper towels. These are my transparent pages. Put this in here. Hold on. I'm going to put those white papers. I think I want this one out, and I want this out. But all of these white papers. Let's see what I have here. Things I won't use right away. Hold on. They're going back in this box. And I'm going to keep that out. And I'm always looking for white papers, but I'm going to put them in here because I need a place for them. All right, hold on. I'm not done yet. Let's see. I want to keep... These are all staying out. This is staying out. These are staying out. And that. And all of these vellum pages. And what else do I have here? Notepads and tissue paper staying out. And that these notepads, I'm going to make little mini journals. That's going to stay. I'm going to put the pretty buttons back. You can't see it, but I'm going to put them back in there. And I'm going to keep those little pieces out. I'm going to put the blue book back because I won't get to it. This is going to go in the folded pages. And I have this little book cover, but I'm not going to mess with it now. Hold on, I'm still organizing here. So, I'm going to put this back on the shelf. I know what's in it now. What do I have there? These are some of my stamps. My bunny stamp might be in here. No, these are Gina's stamps. Are these Gina's or mine? Looks like a couple of mine. I'm going to keep them out to sort them out because I don't know what's in here. Alright. We don't need this anymore. So let me put this back over here. If I can. I've got something under it that's making it lopsided. It's a book. Oh, what book is it? No, it's... Oh, I know what it is. Hold on, I got to take this back again. I'm going to have a crafty lunch if I'm not careful. I pulled on that book and I didn't want to. Let me push it back in if I can. Oops, something fell. I can't get to the end of this box. Oh, I'm dropping stuff. There. No, it's not going in. Hold on, I've got a mess over here. Why isn't that going in there? This box is in the way. What is that? It's a tea box or something. There we go. Jeez. Oh, dearie me. Everything's falling, Mama. Alright, there we go. I probably dropped some pins between my cards. What is that? Those are stamps. I'll put that back in there. What is this? That fell. That's what I heard fall. And we don't need that. I know what I did. I had one of those books here. And I don't know if I can put it back. Put this one there. Olive. Oh, I've got a mess. Glue sticks. Ouch, I got a cramp. My leg. Oh, that hurts. Alright, I'm okay. Let's get this off my desk. I really do have it organized. I just stacked. I have too many stacks of too much stuff is my problem. Too many stacks of too much stuff. And I haven't even gone over on this side of the desk. I'm not going to do it tonight because it's too much of a bother. Okay, but what I want to get down to, these are things that I'm keeping out. I'm keeping these out. This sandpaper, I'll be wanting that. That's pens. This That's an unfinished project. And this is scrap. And all of these scraps I'm going to put in my scrapbook bag behind me. That's why I threw them up there. This is Dee Dee's journal. I got 2 sets of those panda pens. I got some paper. These are scraps. All right, I'm getting there. Hold on. This is my doll book. Looks like I took the band off of it. No, that's the one I didn't use. Okay, I'm okay. Put it back up here. This is going in my scrap box behind me. My scrap envelope that's overflowing. I'm organizing. You guys don't believe it, but I'm organizing. These are my panda pens. Right here, I'm going to keep those out. I'll put them on top of that tea box. That wire bucket. All right. So now we're down to sandpaper. These can really go in the... Well, I might use that. All right, let's get the sandpaper over here on the other shelf. Doily notepads here. We're going to make a mini journal out of all these notepads. I'll put them up here with the tea boxes too. And tissue paper. And I've got another set of this over here. This is going to be a journal too. Jacqueline dyed a whole bunch of vellum, and they have holes at the top of them and make a wonderful journal. That's going to go in one of these bags. Glue sticks and sandpaper, erasers. These bags out here. Fabrics. And my member stuff I have to work on. That goes back over here. Alright, so I want to put maybe in here. Maybe in this one, these vellum pages. These are cool. I'm glad I got them. Thank you, Miss Jacqueline. These would be going in that shelf I'm going to make. And I wanted to put something else in there. Those notepads. I don't know what I did with them. Alright, well, I see I'm getting all these bags out. There's tissue paper. Put that with the sandpaper. This one goes in the scrap. These are my transparent art journals. Pages, we're going to do more of those. These go with the mouse pad. Okay. Now I'm going to sort this stuff out here. Hold on. I want these, and these, and this to all go there. I want these nicer papers to go in one of these larger. And I'll keep this out. Might have to find a place for it here. And this is not a good place, because it's gonna, there we go. And then these are what I'm gonna work on. What time is it? 9:51. And I've got some empty. This is gonna, I'm gonna keep these out. That's doily. I don't know what I did with those notepads. probably put them over here. I'll sort that out later. All right, and I'm going to save that. And these are my little mini things that I'm going to use. And these are mini images. I'll have to figure them out here. I don't know what they are. Little things that I cut out of. This is a little figurine at a desk. I might put those in that mouse pad journal. So I'm going to keep those out. These goes in the trash. All right, what I want to do here in the last few minutes is start folding these in half. And I should get out my, but I'm not going to bother. And they'll be different. This is going to be kind of a junk journal. These I'm going to skip because they're sticker pages. I'll have to come back to those. I got a special use for those. This is a Pic 12, but I'm gonna use it in a junk journal. Just use some of this stuff up. This is current project list. Looks like a tatting instruction on here that I wrote on the back of it, so I'm gonna use it. If it's in there, sandpaper. If it's in this pile of stuff, I haven't missed it yet. That's already folded, and I'm going to use this as the cover. And we're just going to fold these things up real quick. And these are also stickers. I'm going to put them on the pages. These are some pages. I think I got these from Rebecca, one of her sales. They're pretty papers, pretty border papers. I like to use them in my journals. I'm going to have a mess to clean up behind me. Look, this one's cool. I like this one. Too bad the sunshine's going to be on the lower. Oh no, he could be up there. Whoops, I didn't fold him straight. Can't see the end of it there. Oh, you don't want to see. Well, I don't know. My room is fairly organized behind me now because I've got all those boxes out of the center, and I'm trying my hardest. I'm trying my hardest not to put boxes back in the center of my room, because that's where the mess starts. I'm trying my hardest. Like after I get done tonight, I'll clean up all that stuff that I threw behind me while I was working. And I'm trying to make a habit of doing that, and that helps me keep my room clean. Well, I'll tell you, this really got messed up over here on the side. Whoops, and I pushed something off. I'll have to get Becky's grab-it tool out and figure out what went over the cliff. 2 or 3 things went over the cliff. Yeah. All right, take a breath, Meri. You're almost done. I get started doing this. This is a nice strong sheet. Is there more than one? No, that's one sheet. That could almost be it looks like it's already been folded in half, a cover. And then these are thinner. These are good junk journal, you know, things that you can't quite throw it away yet. I probably did some marking there. This was I sent these out. I mailed them March 13th. Those postcard, leprechaun postcards. All right, that goes there. These are already done. This is a sticker sheet. I'm going to save that out. So I'll probably cut stickers out of them. Now I have a junk journal going here for sure. Why throw this stuff away? We'll do junk journaling in it. I got a whole bunch of junk journal. And these were some book pages. I think I'll just go ahead and fold them in there. I had a history book that I tore apart. It had a lot of maps in it. This is another one of those book pages. I used it to mark something or other I was working on. And this is only half of a sheet, but I'm going to fold it in half and use it. And we're getting down to the bottom. Oh, this is color book pages, these ones that are thicker. If you buy crayon color book pages, I've got too many pins out over here. It's just, they're falling all over the place. They're really nice pages. I like them, the crayon pages. But the problem is, they're nice and thick. They're nice to write on. But they're kind of expensive, to tell you the truth, the pack of multicolored ones. I'm not talking about construction paper. It's not the color, it's color book pages, but they're not construction paper. Alright, we'll throw this in my scrap envelope, which should become a scrap box pretty soon. Alright, so let's put these together. And I'm just going to grab them here. Well, I think I'll do it differently though, because these are small ones. We'll put these as insertions. Okay, let's do it this way. 1, 2. Find some of these stronger ones. 3, 4. These are some I did. 5. All right, now I'm just going to 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's all those Rebecca pages? Let's start with these. 5. 1, 2. That's a strong one. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you have any more Rebecca ones? I'll do that one. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a little one. 5. 1. I think that's about, and then these little ones I'll insert later. I don't know, I put stuff up here and it never stays where I put it. Mumbling to myself, and then this is going to be the cover. So let's start with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I need these to be in the center here. Now this is going to be a true junk journal, I think, or I'm going to have to trim. So there's that one. Figure out which ones I want for the cover here. I need a strong cover. This one's strong. One, two. Let's put this one in. 3, 4. Let's put this one next. I might have to trim some of this, but I'm not going to worry about it now. I'm just going to put them in signatures. Let's do this one. I need a cover. I think I'll make my black one the cover. 1, 2. We need a colored one. 3, 4, 5. Let's do this. There we go. There's the third signature. This is pretty strong. I don't know where to get it from. Let's take this pile. That's a strong page. It's white, but 1, 2, 3, 4. There's an art journal. Advertisement comes with the art journal magazine. This one's pretty thin signature. And my last one here, we need a cover. This one's pretty heavy, just plain. 1, 2. Let's put the floral one in there. 3, 4, 5. Now, which do I want for the first signature? Obviously, I don't know. Let's put this one on the outside. Like that. 2. I think I'll make my black one the first one. There we go. There's a junk journal. Now the cover. I'll probably have to trim these down. I'll need to make a better spine. And I have plenty of room in here for... let's see what I have here. Let's do this. See, these pages are way big. I might try to find another book for this. Because the pages are smaller than the book. By the time I put it in, I'll have about 1 inch, but if I could have things hanging out in here, that would be okay. So I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about it. Whether I want... I'll obviously have to have a better spine. Is that upside down? I think it went in like this. But I don't like it like that. I'm going to do it like this. Yeah. So, this is Sunday night, and it is 10:05. Well, it's probably 10 o'clock. I've got some smaller pages here. I'm going to put it for scraps. And I got my sticker pages here that I will... Let me put this over on my scrap envelope. These are gonna, well, these might be scraps too, because I don't want to fool with all of this in here. So I'll just put them in my scrap envelope and use them for something else. So these are sticker pages. I did when my scanner was still working, I ran off some postcards here. And even then they're kind of faint. probably why I didn't use them. And then these are telling a story about this is about the fairy tale book, I think. Let's see. This is one, I already did the video of this. And I wrote it in my book, and then I printed off, scanned the book pages, but they came out really dark. But I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to keep them as pages, but they are sticker papers. So I'm going to work them in this journal somehow, all of these. So these will become pages in here. So this is an ongoing project. I'm going to put it in, not that one because it's too flimsy. I'll put it in this one. Jacqueline sends me these. Bless her heart. She said, well, you probably needed a big envelope for some reason, Meri. Where does it open at? Over here. Someplace. Oh, what am I doing? Am I opening it the wrong way? How did this go? I feel it here, but it goes this way. And we're going to put this in here as a junk journal. Yeah, another unfinished project Meri has. I got to quit getting all these brilliant ideas, but you can see I have all this stuff I need to use up before I start buying more. But I want to support Jacqueline and Rebecca, especially, and Debbie Epps. I support those gals. So it is 10 o'clock. I need to call it a night. I don't know if Juju's coming on. She usually comes on after me. Ginger Pat Pam will be on. Probably could be on right now for all I know. These are Jacqueline's vellum pages. And this is some fabric doily, dyed fabric doily. These are those little pieces I want to go through for my matchbook. I'll put those there. I have some sticker. Let's put in fact, let's put, I am really thankful for these bags because it helps me organize stuff. But I don't know where I organize it, but I just can't have all this stuff falling around. Come on, get in there without a problem, please. She says, I'm going to give you a problem no matter what you do. I'll put that in there. And let's see, is there anything else I want to put in there? I got fabric that I need to sort out. I'll put that behind me. I need to finish those gloves. Those stamps I need to sort through. Sandpaper. All right. I think, and then this was the matchbook that I worked on tonight. We're not quite done with that. I'm gonna put it with this. And we're going to finish this little matchbook. So that will go over here on and that's just scrap. Alrighty, I think I'm done for tonight. Let me come out and say goodnight. It's already 5 after. This clock is fast here. Let me refresh my chat and say goodnight to you guys. All messages. Vicky, hi Vicky. She said, I came in late, but I was listening. Oh, I was sorting through stuff, Vicky, and I have stuff, I got a lot of stuff that fell on the floor while I was sorting, so I got to pick up. Some stuff fell. I pushed some stuff off the end of my desk. I think it was an ink bottle. But it was closed. Jersey says goodnight. Hi, Jersey. Good night, Joyce. Thanks for popping in. It's good to see you, Vicky and Jersey. Allie K says Mama Juju. She dropped a link for Mama Juju. channel, and for Ginger Pam. And Karen was here tonight. Thanks for popping in, Karen, and Cannon the dog. And good to see you guys. Allie K was here doing the expert mod stuff. I appreciate you so much, Allie K. Cannon says, it's been lovely hanging out with everyone. I wish you all a good night. It's getting late. Yeah, I'm getting ready to sign off. I just want to make sure I've said hello to everybody. I was talking about dogs up here, I think. I preferred my cousin not to sound like someone was dying. Did you miss a little piece of pattern on the other page? A little piece of pattern on the other page. I may have, LAK, if you were talking about my Society of Idea Collector, I'll go back and check. Cannon says, yeah, we've been needing barn cats because the mice love to try to steal our horse feed. Oh, you must have horses. All right, you guys, I do have to say good night. I wish you all a really good week. Go do some art, have fun, reorganize your room, whatever you need to do, go do it. Have a great week. Bye.